against mega creeps, because the advantage you do have is these creeps are always pushing in, right?
Yeah.
So you can smoke in this 5, and when that one person, like Stormstormer, goes to trying to defend that wave, you jump him. But
Hook used. Toby in. Wants to run in for more. Is BKB wearing off? Tries to get out of the water park. Does manage to escape from it from the moment. But C-Smile in. Finds the Hex. There's going to be the tidal wave to pull back. That was Refresher used. Tombstone down on death. Okay. We are 54 minutes in, and all of that used for just the Undying.
We did lose the Aegis, though, for Watson. It expired. It was not killed.
They just tried.
You used a lot of stuff there for C-Smile, but BKBs are still in line for Pekaz and for Whisper.
Stormstormer does not have one for 30 more seconds. They want to take advantage of this, it looks like. Jump forward, finds it, but he didn't get the Hex off. Oh, he had it in his backpack. Pekaz did not want to go for the all-in, try and jump and kill play. Instead, whittling them down. There's the secondary Hex. Matthew in, finds the kill on the Rubik. The BKBs use Cataclysm to try and turn it. Doesn't hit onto anybody, but second round might be able to connect. They have it. The Hex there. Pekaz, the refraction. The refraction is too freaking strong. Even when you catch him in Cataclysm, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. As long as these 4 staffs are available for EG, Pekaz is not an easy kill. The one time they did find him in the Radiant jungle there, his teammates were nearby, so they couldn't force him away from that issue. But if they're nearby, they got plenty of forces, but Matthew
finds him.
Go down there.
Easy kill there. Whisper. They're in onto this Pudge, trying to bring him down. I think he's fine. With that cheese being up in a second, Watson can even just walk back if he wants to and run in on this. Stormstormer jumps in, Deafening Blast, connects onto all of them, but he went so aggressively, he doesn't have anything. He does have buyback, though. Maybe that's what they're hoping for here, as they connect and bring down that Death Prophet. So Death Prophet dead, no buyback, along with Lion.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do with this really, though, is going to be the question. I think if you're EG here, this isn't a super scary game for you yet. Because if you look at Entity's heroes, they're not going to take your throne in like 3 seconds. This isn't like some Terrorblade or some Lone Druid in the late game. This is Pudge carry. This hero doesn't hit buildings very quickly. Sure, Stormstormer can hit them decently well, but I would be scared in the situation if there was Alacrity plus a hard carry. They have a lot of mistakes to give here for EG still.
True, and the other
Not
thing...
saying that they're making a lot, because there was a lot of buybacks there from Entity.
Right. Well, and the other thing, too, is that this is, you know, dead without buyback because of gold, so... Entity don't know about that. He's 200 away right now in the Death Prophet. They picked up a couple bounties, getting closer to it. We'll have another couple bounties spawn in a few here if they can do the divisible by 3 math, which I'm sure everybody can. That's always a tough thing for me, is like trying to figure out immediately when those bounties are going to spawn late game.
Yeah, of course. It's like the last thing on your mind.
Exactly.
It's like, oh, gotta pick up these bounties in the late game. Normally you just stop by the bounty. Oh, there's 5 bounty here. Nice.
And a long Rosary spawn. Yo, we're getting to it. It's gonna be these 60-minute items.
You say that, but we've got 3 more minutes of gameplay. I've seen so many games end at 58, 59 minutes, right when you want those 60 minutes, or just crack 60 minutes. They're available, but then the throne falls. So we'll see.
It's true. I mean, the fact that Megas are not really, you know, doing that much. EG, oh man, God, we saw this before. Going high ground, going to try and end the game right before Roche is going to respawn. They're smoked up like they wanted to do something, but don't find anybody off to the sides, and they're just going to go back to farming.
What they should do to Mega Creeps, they should make it so, like, one hero can't easily deal with them. It should feel like once you get Mega Creeps, it feels like you should be winning the game. They should add like a mini Roshan or something to the wave. It just comes and bashes you, or does something really, has some annoying spells that makes it so one hero just gets punished for it. They put like a ranged Ursa or something.
What about like, either they do like a stacking amount of damage, or they do like a percent of max Panda. HP.
All right, he scouted that out. Yeah.
What do you think?
I'd totally be down with that. The stacking, like the fountain does, pretty much.
Yeah.
Just make it really annoying. So if one guy is just sitting there defending, pulling it into the fountain as you go as 4. I just want to see it to the point where if you get megas, you feel like, oh, this is good. We're gonna win now.
Right. You have to like trade off the whatchamacallit. You have to like trade off the stacks between people. So like for a little bit your support can be there, and then you have to trade out and put your carry there for a little bit and keep like cycling. God, that would make pubs so horrible. Like somebody's just farming jungle and you're like, please.
No, I figured it out. In every wave, when you get mega creeps, we'll have an Ursa in it. They'll just remove Ursa from Dota. Okay. He just won't be a playable hero anymore. He'll just be in the wave now. There'll just be 3 Ursas every wave.
Can we do that for Tinker instead? Is that okay? Remove him from the game.
Just shooting rockets and lasers at you? Yeah, I mean, that's fair too. The mischance, right? Like, you couldn't creep. Anyway, they found Lion, but the Aeon was there.
And the Nullifier immediately starts to beat him down to death. Panda tries to get away too. Watson right on top of him, finding these supports. EG, do they want to run in and take
How's
this
he still alive?
Matthew, somehow, but the Sunstrike. Oh, he touches it! Matthew, how are you living?
That is the tankiest Lion I've ever seen.
Good hook to defend. Watson eats him up. Tries to get out, TP away, and
the
Meld
he had Meld
Bash.
Bash. Yep, he's level 30. It was available.
Oh, he couldn't get it though. Pirate Hat Pakaz. Let's go. We're here. We've arrived.
Dig.
We have arrived in the late game. Buy some Midas's entity. You need them. Need to get those items. Oh wait, Stormstormer has one. Oh wait, no, he sold it. Okay.
Kaz needs to dig. That's all I know.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, he just sent it back.
Shadows?
He's like, nah.
Oh, Giant's Ring for Pudge.
Oh, that's a good one. There's a roar?
Wait, find him. Matthew dead. Oh my god, it Rosh up. Oh my god,
not again. This can't be happening again.
Dude. I mean, they're buying back on Matthew now. They do have buyback on the for global if they want to use it, but with the buyback on Matthew, that's enough to stop it. That's crazy.
I thought Watson would be bigger than that with Giant's Ring. I'm a little disappointed.
It's because he's the toy Pudge.
Yeah.
He needs to be big Pudge. All right, what are the items that we have? Arcanist Armor, Whisper. It's a Mirror Shield for TA. Ooh, that's really good. Book of the Dead for Matthew, and then Panda has Book of Shadows. Book of Shadows not great against Pudge, but against these other ones it's pretty solid, and it looks like they're going to be able to secure Roche for themselves. A giant wave coming in bottom. They need to come deal with this, but they're still trying to get their items on Entity.
The Mirror Shield is the biggest item I think picked up here.
Yeah.
The way you're killing Pakaz here is with the Dismember, with the Roar, potentially a Hex as well, right? You're gonna block all this as Pakaz just goes in.
And Tornado, Deafening Blast off the mark. Fishman gets away. I mean, dude, they've only gotten one item. They've killed so many creeps. Stormstormer's gonna run at the Ancients right now. And if he can get these, I mean, that can maybe make a bit of a difference, but he's got to be quick about it. Book of Shadows, kind of garbage.
Book of Shadows and Book of the Dead. They got all the books over here.
I think Book of Shadows actually is okay versus TA to some extent. You could like Book of Shadows Pudge, you know, and then like run him in.
I gotta
and
read what
still
this
do
does.
damage.
I don't play late game Dota.
Okay, so
targets an enemy, ally, or self, causes the target to become untargetable, but also silenced, muted, disarmed for 4 seconds. Applies a basic dispel. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's basically like just putting them into like phase shift, except that they can take damage from AoE stuff still.
Which against Pudge isn't the best, right? Or Invoke.
Right. But you can target your Pudge and then they can't attack him, but he's still rotting you.
Right. Okay. I mean, that might be pretty good with the Pudge, I suppose, because he doesn't rely on right clicks at this point, so... No, that's pretty good with Pudge. With the Giant's Ring on top of him.
Yeah.
I'm down for that.
Well, we'll have to see. They find him immediately. Watson runs on in. Rooted, rotted, doing what damage they can. Stormstormer tries to get the combo. They're immediately back alive. Second round of Tombstone. They jump forward. Stormstormer, Tornado, lift up onto Panda. As Fishman is out, a good stun onto Toby, but the control is there. See Smile in trouble. Backs away. Watson still living. Goes into that Book of Shadows, I think, but lifted away by Rubik. See Smile is low, and they're looking at the Ancient. They're thinking about going for this one now. Stormstormer under control. Kaz silence, muted, backs away. He's in the Book of Shadows. Watson tries to get out of there. The root, they've got him controlled. Stormstormer second round, deafening blast. The Hex is there, but they're disarmed for so long. Good stun, comes out, trying to line up the damage. Kaz is in, he finds him. Buyback comes out, they kill off Watson. He's back again too. Hex is out now. Control onto this TA. Can they kill her off? Kaz, the Roche, the Ancient. It's all so low. Ancient has 1800 HP. They just need to hit it a few times. Bring them down. She's got BKB Refresher. Has to go in for it, but the lift is there. Can they kill her off in time? The Hex. Full back, they miss. Kaz turns to fight onto Watson. It is so low on this Ancient, but trying to kill off heroes with the Stormstormer dying. That is finally going to do it. With the glyph used, surely there is no way they hold out here. GG is called. EG close out this game in 64 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, this game went on a bit longer than it should. It was really back and forth game, right? You have an entity in charge of this game, Stormstormer, putting on a show in the first portions of this game. But that one single fight, EG backs against the wall, Daedalus came online, they had the water park available, took advantage of the timing with the roar being on cooldown, smoked on in, EG swooped the game back into control, took the mega creeps, stayed a bit too long, ended up dying in the base after mega creeps while Roche was up. Entity takes the Roshan back and then decides to turtle the game for a bit. A couple more mistakes from EG, but in the end, EG, they take the game. It was a crazy back and forth game here. I think a lot of resilience here for EG to be able to hold into this game after being behind for the majority of the I was going to say majority of the game, but this game did go for like 65 minutes. But this game was kind of over-ish around 45. That's when it should have been over. However, they held on. Entity, they had a better showing than we saw from yesterday from them, but unfortunately not quite enough. The Pudge didn't scale in a manner in which they wanted it to.
I mean, I feel like there was also an element, you talked about like just sort of the strength in general of, you know, EG being able to hold out through that early part. I feel like there's maybe a bit of a fumbling of the ball also by Entity. Would you agree in that, or did you think that they always had the potential for EG to pull it back here in the late game?
If Entity played perfectly, I think they should not have lost this game. But however, it was a razor-thin margin. If one mistake could snowball this game into a situation that they wouldn't be able to recover from, because he never stopped farming. He was just hitting creeps the entirety of the game, and he was ready for this late game. We talked about him being comfortable in this type of environment, him being the most farmed on the team. As long as he has the support crew behind him, which he always does. These guys will play behind because they'll buy items to enable him, and they'll pick the heroes to make sure that he has a game in the late game. And they held on to that idea, and Entity just couldn't close out the game fast enough.
Well, Entity come up with another loss when we're casting them, which I feel like, again, we're cursing them. I'm sorry about that, y'all. Our bad. But they did put together, I think, a much better performance in this game number one than we saw from them in the previous couple of series. It feels like this is sort of maybe a bit of a momentum for them being built. We'll see if they can continue that. EG, though, coming out, continuing to look like just one of the best teams in the world. And, you know,
maybe
keeping it going. Why not? See if they can do it again in game number 2. We'll be back in a few to see it.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello and welcome back, you beautiful people out there. We got game number 2, Entity facing off against the one and only Evil Geniuses, and a very biased caster on the other side there with his Evil Geniuses chair. How dare you?
Oh, other way. Okay. Yeah.
No
it was anyway, so yeah,
Talk to me.
I'm biased. What can I say? I got an EG chair.
Okay, cool.
There's no other reason. I was rooting for Entity the whole time just to curse them into the ground just so EG could win. Glad it worked. But now that I admitted it, I don't know, this might be a split series. Is that how that works?
It takes me a second to, like, because you don't laugh until after you complete your sentence. So, like, the dry humor, it just takes me a second to catch up with it. But yeah,
Perfect.
no, I'm with you. And then I'm just going to sit here looking like, oh my God, he's serious. Jesus, he really hates them. But no, I actually, I'm in spite of Entity losing, and I think losing in a pretty rough way, because like you mentioned, they had such a high sort of ceiling for how hard they had to execute. It needed to be perfect. I was pretty impressed with their gameplay overall last game. I thought that it was a lot better than what we had seen the previous 2 days.
It was definitely way better than what we've seen. Toby had a good laning stage. Stormer had an outstanding laning stage. I can't find better circumstances for Stormer than last game. 4 bounty runes plus first blood, a little bit OP, so I don't know if he's going to get that same situation going into this next game here. But Toby, though, he did really well in the laning stage. Everything went really well. And they kind of need to replicate that. The only question comes down to, was Pudge the correct pick? Was that what they needed in their draft? We questioned it. It could have worked. It may have been an execution thing. I believe Pudge just didn't have enough net worth. If he got to the point where he had the Shivas, he had a refresh orb for the double Dismember with a double BKB, this could have been a different game. But I think they put too much net worth on the Beastmaster and not enough on the Pudge if they did want to go that route. Or next time, just pick a hard carry and secure yourself the late game.
Right. And that's the sort of thing that I think is a little bit tough about that game in a way, too, because, you talk about the Pudge having that issue going into the late game, but I would also argue that, like, during the period of time where he was owning, he looked like he was fulfilling that role really well. Granted, still a little bit behind, could have maybe stood to get that Aghanims a little bit more quickly. But in a lot of ways, it felt like they executed most of what they wanted to do in that draft, and then it just was a little bit too hard to close out the game for him.
Yeah.
So I guess that I kind of wonder, at this point for Entity, there's so many different things that you could take from that last game that I worry that they're going to like overthink it and change up some stuff that they don't need to change up, or like maybe take the wrong things from it. You know what I mean at all there?
Yeah, but they're not. They still do the first phase Invoker against the Death
I like
Prophet,
that.
so what you were afraid of is not something that they're afraid of. They may have went Undying too, but EG switched it up. They banned Undying, so they go for Disruptor, another highly sought after hero. And we've seen this so many times, bar that one single time where Gaming Gladiators didn't want to do the same draft back, right? But it feels a lot of these best of twos, one team will win, right? And they're happy. They won the game. Everything's good. Another team will be like, yeah, we lost, but we shouldn't have. We're going to pick the same heroes again. And we kind of get like a same type of drafting scenario, just a rerun of the last game, with a couple tweaks here and there. And more times than not, what we've seen, the team that had the winning draft in game one also won game number 2. So it hasn't been a successful strategy so far to just go ahead and we're going to do the same thing that we just lost with and make a couple tweaks here. We'll see if Entity have a better read on why they lost that game.
Although,
go ahead, sorry.
Well, the one thing I was going to say is that the one time that it did work recently was actually against Evil Geniuses, though, where they again did that like Batrider Nature's Prophet first couple, and EG went for this like Quap first phase against the Bat. Granted, we didn't see the TA counter out the Invoker in like the lane, but it happened later in the game. So it sort of feels like Evil Geniuses were willing to go for this, like, okay, we're going to pick the same idea to counter you out again after taking this Death Prophet first. And they did end up losing the second game against Shopify, where Shopify made a couple of adjustments. They picked the Lone Druid later on. So I want to see if Entity have come up with enough tweaks to sort of make their game plan fully fleshed out.
Yeah, then it just comes down to that exact point. Are you just picking the same heroes again because you're stubborn and you don't know the exact reason why? You just feel like you could, like a blanket statement, be like, yeah, we just could have played better. Or do you know, have you pinpointed the exact reason why you lost and what you need to change? I would say, though, for Entity in that last game, though, that they should have won in a lot of people's eyes, even my own. Like, it wasn't a game where they got stomped. They were ahead for the longest time. So I believe it's much easier to make adjustments in games that you're winning and then you start to lose. So they'll make a couple adjustments here, and already we're seeing the potentially Katomi on the Bounty Hunter. We did see it before. Didn't really work out, but it didn't look terrible either, so willing to give it another shot.
Okay. And with the Disruptor, with Invoker, this is kind of cool, track into Sunstrike. That one, I mean, if pro players are going to be on the lookout for it.
Track into Sunstrike. Yep.
Right. But track into Glimpse at the very least, that feels very good. And then Ichi go for immediate Jakiro Tusk. So Tusk looks good to me. I love this hero, run around, play with the Death Prophet, incredibly strong lane. But Jakiro as an option, do you like this choice?
Because Panda is playing it, it's okay. I think every Jakiro pick ever stems off of some POS 5 player that just likes playing Jakiro in his pubs. And because he plays Jakiro so much in his pubs, he wants to bring it out in the pro games. And I think this hero versus Bounty Hunter could be a reason why to pick it. It is a hero that has high HP, the Jakiro that is. It has the ability to slow your attack speed, which Bounty Hunter doesn't like too much. He is mainly just right-clicking you in the laning stage. So he'll win trades against the Bounty Hunter if that is a POS 4. Or even if you're a chorus Bounty Hunter, the Jakiro is something you don't want to deal with. You can't remove the dual breath. You don't like your attack speed being slowed. So it has some merits here. But Jakiro is just never a hero that you see and be like, wow, this hero is just going to own this game for this particular reason. It's just kind of nice. It has nice follow-up stuns for the Tusk as well.
Well, it definitely has a lot to deal with the bounty hunter, like you're talking about. It feels like it has these things that make him less likely to play some sort of solid, fun Dota for himself. Entity then go for what you were talking about, picking that harder carry for Watson in this Morph lane, and I think a really good matchup against all Agi cores. TA, what do you think about that one? Because like for a lot of other ones, it's that you can't, like for Slark, for instance, do as much damage right-clicking. You then have the pounce away. TA's still just doing her big punches with her right clicks. It's just coming out a little bit slower. Do you think it's a counter matchup against TA, or is it kind of go both ways?
Morph destroys TA. It's like not even close.
Perfect.
You have so much armor, right? Because you morph into all agility, that the minus armor strat that TA has against you does pretty much nothing. You buy a Scotty naturally, which TA doesn't want to buy pretty much ever. So once you buy the Scotty timing, you like buying Manta, which breaks Refraction. It's a terrible matchup for TA. It's pretty good versus Death Prophet as well. In the early stages, it might be a little rough, but later on, they finally picked the trump card, I would say, for the late game here, and this Morphling. But EG have the option. There's always been this like thing in Dota where I think Team Secret, when they were in their peak, did the best. It's like, oh, you countered us in the late game. We're going to pick another carry. Now we're going to put you on the timer. Then you're in a situation where, oh, we have to play fast now? Which a lot of teams are not happy doing. You don't want to be on the timer. Or they pick another carry to be after that. So they have a choice here on EG. It's like, do they want to play for the timing now? Or do they want to do the double scale? Which they potentially can do. Because you have your TA versus Invoker in the mid lane, right? And now if you want to pick another carry that can outscale the Morphling here, like an Ursa or something, you have that option as EG. And I would like to see him go that route. Because EG is a team that we saw in the last game. They might fumble a little bit in the early game, but they look damn good in the late game. So having that late game secured is something that they should be very comfortable doing.
Okay. And I think that, having that late game secured in a number of potential different ways too, because you can have TA still mid or safe. You could have Death Prophet, potentially all three lanes if they wanted to. And so you can kind of run these just depending upon what feels like the best matchup for you in each of these lanes. And it gives you so many different options to counter it. Like, I mean, potentially even running like an OD or something like that if they wanted to, which, I mean, is sort of a different form of carry, but can also destroy the Morph lane. Is there any in particular that really stands out to you that you like as an answer for EG, since they've got the first pick out of this?
I was going to say the Enigma could be cool. Like, the Zoo Heroes are nice for Smurf in lane, and they don't have a Black Hole cancel, but that got removed immediately. For carries, I do like the Ursa approach. I think Ursa could be really good. It is a hero that can get on top of the Morphling and the Invoker, and Morph has a hard time man-fighting him, and Morph is a hero that likes to buy the Aghanim Scepter. And if you're playing a one-carry type of strategy, and you get that Ag's debuff on you, it is really super annoying for you. And plus, Ursa doesn't really care if you remove his attack speed, right? Or some of his agility. He doesn't play around that. So that is something I would be looking for, but it would be a blind pick. And Toby, I mean, they did ban Toby's Venomancer, so that would be out of the pool. So there's a chance that they could go that route here.
Taking out that Dark Seer too.
Please no Kunkka, though. Please.
Yeah.
I'm done with Kunkka. It was okay last game. It was fine, but it doesn't feel that strong. Like, they were in a bad spot for a long time last game on EG, and I don't think the Kunkka is what brought them back into it.
Ooh. What about just taking the Timber?
Timbersaw? I don't think
I guess you have a counter.
Yeah. I mean, Morph is pretty okay versus Timber. Like, the laning stage itself is even, but as the game progresses, you have that mixed damage on Morphling. You have overwhelming physical at some point with Scotty, and Adaptive Strike, Waveform do a lot of magical. It's a tough matchup. Not that Whisper cares about that, but it's probably not the best pick.
Fair enough. Well, EG got a little bit of time left, and they're going to go for the Doom. So more scale.
All right. How do I feel about... I mean, the Doom is always good, I think. It's anti-carry, right? Like, you get Dooms, it doesn't matter what items you have, you're going to die here, so... I'm not going to necessarily say it's a complete outscale, but it has the potential, and then you ban one of the Venomous brothers, you get the other one.
Perfect, but it was kind of bad.
Okay, so Viper off lane, they are going to I mean, now that they kind of have to put TA mid, right?
Yeah, for
C
sure.
Smile takes it.
I mean, this matchup for Doom is definitely not good.
I will not ban.
But maybe you can get a Purge Creep or something. Maybe they tri-lane. I've seen a lot of teams that when you pick Viper, you just bring Matthew. He's playing the Tusk here. Bring him into the safe lane. This Viper will die at level 1. And the off lane, Whisper might struggle a bit. But it is a Morphling, so the level 1 threat here for Entity isn't the biggest. So they might be able to get away with punishing Toby here just by tri-laning this Viper for the first couple waves. And if Viper doesn't get off to a good start in the first couple waves, then all of a sudden, Doom's level 3, you're level 2 on Viper. Now they're just going to go on you, and Viper doesn't look so strong. So I would like to see him go that route.
Okay. We'll see if they decide to do that, trying to shut down that Viper early on and set him up for it. I'll say that this game has a very different feel. Like last game, Toby was picking this like last phase Beastmaster that presented this like incredible problem that EG didn't really have great answers to. And then like, you know, they end up taking the Pudge. He does okay in the lane. They come out to this like early lead. This one, it feels like everybody kind of wants to farm, with maybe the exception of like, I don't know, how well does Viper scale into the super late game against this team? I guess you're against TA still, but it feels like they kind of want to be more fighty in a way because of Bounty, but they also have this Morph lane that's going to be AFK. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, I think Viper is the hero inherently that wants to have a good laning stage. It's super important because you will do really well with items on this hero, but you need the items. If you don't have items, this hero begins to feel very useless very quickly. So yeah, you're good versus TA, but in the laning stage. Later on in the game, when TA has a Blink, has a Desto, has a BKB, and you're just sitting there under-farmed, she will two-shot you. You are not a hero that has a lot of armor. You're not very strong against physical damage. So it's really important Toby has a good laning stage, because you nailed the what was the nail on the head. That was what I was looking for there.
That's the one.
This Beastmaster opened up the map so much for them. They don't have that this game. They have the scaling. They don't hit buildings particularly well. They do have this Morphling who's super strong. He has to worry about the Doom here. Really worried for Entity's draft if the Viper does not have a good laning stage. Toby needs to be shutting down his lane, doing Viper things. There's a reason we don't see a lot of Viper nowadays. It's because you got to crush your lane. And as we can already see, Matthew starting in the tri-lane formation.
Yeah, this is going to be a scary time right now. And Entity, I don't know if they want to try and bring Fishman, or even if Fishman's going to really be able to do that much. He's skilled up Glimpse, which obviously is very good in like sort of these 2v1s. We've seen that become the more predominant build, but I don't know if that would really be able to get them a ton of value in this tri-lane here. And he is just going to be heading up top. So maybe they can put some really good bullying onto... oh wait, Matthew, yeah, he's coming down here. Maybe they can put some good bullying onto this this off lane from EG and just try and shut down Whisper a lot, but he feels like he has ways back into it.
I think you made a really good point here. See how Whisper's blocking on the top lane, though? He knows he's alone, so he's going to let this wave. And Fishman's trying to de-block it here, get it back in there, but Whisper knows he's alone. The game plan is set. Matthew's going to make sure Toby has no game, and I think this is 100% the correct choice.
Damn, dude. They're going to mess him up. Toby. Poor Toby. Oh, Katomi can kind of stand up there, but yeah, they're going to bully.
Oh, he TP'd out, so they just gave him a little bit. Even this little bit of a help does help. So you will get level 3 first. I think when Viper gets the strongest is if he hits 3 before you, the lane is completely over. So we'll have to see what they can do in the first couple levels here, but I'm going to imagine at this level 3 timing, if you have 2 points in Scorched Earth, when Viper is only level 2, you might have a window here.
Okay. Trying to whittle him down a little bit. In the mid lane, C-Smile facing off against Stormstormer. Going to try and get some of these denies and pressure back the old Invoker as much as possible. Just throw out that EMP. Decides not to eat that one. And at least at the early goings, when is it that this becomes a pretty big problem for the Invoker?
I think it's just with levels with TA.
Okay.
I would imagine just level 3. Once you get to that bonus 45 damage here for C-Smile, and Stormstormer is going for the cross flex skills this time around.
Ooh. Whisper getting first blood there. Very well done.
Yeah, very nice. But yeah, I was mentioning before, he's not going Exort this game because he knows he has the Morphling and the Viper. His cores this game no longer have stuns, so he kind of has to fit that role for the team.
Yeah. He has to have himself a more active phase early as well, it feels like. And at least down bottom here, Panda going to get off one of these pulls, or a half pull, just gets the range creep. Well played there. And the wave now going to push back out into the side of Evil Geniuses. While Katomi going to try and steal as much gold as possible, while Doom is in creating a lot of gold. So he gets Courier sniped? Yes, he will. Well played by Bounty, as you often see.
Yeah, I mean, he did get his boots, but however, I think this lane for Bakaz is now going to start to get really hard. Viper, he's going to hit that level 3 first. Katomi not taking any EXP from him there, but top lane, yeah, looks like some actions happening on Fishman here.
Tries to get away. Does not have that many places to go. Is Matthew going to chase this? Matthew spots Fishman here. Does have Ice Shard, Snowball. Fishman with the glimpse back up in 3 seconds. Still willing to battle him. Just going toe-to-toe against this guy. Both. I don't know.
See you later.
Like, I don't know
you don't know
what
what he's doing.
I am. Well, he goes down. Maybe he wanted to die. You know, he comes back with 4 resources.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
He
The
gets
one thing
TP
that
now
they,
too.
Yeah, for sure. That was great. But they might get the glimpse here too. One thing that they cannot do though is pressure Watson. Fishman,
Okay.
he's killable in this lane. And they might kill him however many times. I'm not entirely sure, but Watson should not die in this lane whatsoever. And that's the more important thing for Entity here.
Mm-hmm. Not able to run down Katomi. He did the old double back on him. Does have a couple sentries in tow, and Panda gonna have to bring out some of his own, while Toby still taking some heat, but so far 22-8 versus the 19-0. You mentioned that this one could start to become a little bit tough for him, and it's happening.
It's over.
Pakaz-
Bot lane's over. Like, if you're EG now, with Panda TPing back and Pakaz not having a lane, he does have mana boots, and he's maxing Devour now because he realizes he can't go bottom anymore. He's level 3. He has 2 points in Devour. Viper's level 4. And top lane, Whisper actually ends up killing Fishman again. We talked about how many times Fishman might die. It might be a lot this game, but Watson shouldn't die, as he is top of the CS at least. I don't know if he'll be top of net worth for long, just because of how many times Fishman has gone down in this top lane.
Stormstormer throws out the Tornado to keep C-Smile back, and has been able to keep up his net worth pretty well. 23-6 versus the 26-3. So that lane going good, but yeah, bottom rough.
I'm just thinking how mad I would be if I am Pakaz right now. Like, you can't go up. This guy picks Viper against you. And what gold you do have, Katomi's continuously hitting you at 2 points in the Janata, stealing 20 gold per hit here.
Get
it's
away.
frustrating.
Yeah. Well, he's got dreams of a Midas. I think these arcane boots at least do salvage it. He can play this chain lightning almost like a PA dagger or something. Wait,
This
but they
might
bring in
salvage
heroes.
it.
Oh, that is huge. Matthew with the move over, finding Toby. Another chain lightning available. Doesn't even need it.
But maybe he wanted it because the creep ended up getting the kill. So it was split 3 ways. It's fine.
Yeah.
That kill is huge, though. This is like the Viper conundrum, right? You play the hero, you win your lane, but this hero is really easy to gank. And a couple ganks later, it can feel like your good start turns into an unplayable scenario for you.
They saw that the bounty hunter was there. Matthew waits for the high five, gets it, and then they run away from each other. 4-0 start. Matthew might keep making these moves around the map a little bit, depending upon how it goes. The rotation in towards mid on C-Smile. Won't actually go for the all-in move there. A little bit difficult to gank this TA.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit difficult. I think they're doing a pretty decent job, though, as Stormstormer burning the mana of the TA, so she can't continuously use
Toby.
her fraction.
Toby
Not again.
in trouble. They bring in one Fishman there with the glimpse, but Toby going to fall. Panda, the one that gets that kill. Kaz very much back in it, all off the work of Matthew.
And we're also seeing a little bit of the effect of the Shakiro pick. Viper is a hero that likes to right-click a lot, and if you slow his attack speed, he can't get those stacks of poison up. Makes it so Pakaz can just man up easily, but obviously the man of the hour here is Matthew with these ganks. I was a little concerned with the fact that he stayed top for so long, but it looks like their plan was like, just suffer for the first like 5 minutes here, Pakaz. I'll come gank the Viper continuously after that. Another way of dealing with it.
I'm gonna look at the damage that this chain lightning creep did at the end of the game.
I'll hold you to it.
I feel like this has gotten them so much value, and just going in for those arcanes has helped a ton. He is gonna get maybe messed with a little bit here by Fishman and company, but gets all the CS from that one, and Panda moving over. Looks like they're gonna be okay. But yeah, I want to see how much the damage was that was done as they block out that camp. Because I feel like it's salvaged this a lot and allowed some of these ganks to actually bear fruit.
Yeah.
See Smile. Gets the DD. They're on him. Fraction. Turn. Tornado. Feels bad, man.
Yeah. They're putting so many resources on stopping this Doom from farming. And I wonder... Alright, Katomi, he might be okay.
Nice path. Connects onto both of them.
Oh, they have
Matthew
Snowball.
still has Snowball. Goes in onto one. No more shards. What a weird fight.
What the hell's going on this game? Fishman, I'm worried for this man right now. He's level 3.
He's a fish.
He's just running around. Is this going to be one of those games where you just start level 6 at 12 minutes into the game? As he's desperately trying to get EXP in the mid lane here, sharing with Stormstormer. Not an ideal scenario.
Radiant structures are
Yeah. No, and he can only do things around creep waves too. He doesn't have any points in Thunderstrike, just the 2 in Glimpse. Yeah, he's broke as a joke. Even if he gets the tome, which he's gonna have to, like it's gonna be pretty bad. Oh my god. Doom got him. Matthew right on top. And they will find Toby and bring him down. Denied? Oh no, he went for the Meteor Hammer instead. So Toby does go down Pakaz, but they're able to bring down Pakaz right afterwards. Finishes off his Midas as they run away.
That would have required some insane coordination from Entity to do that, because Stormstormer couldn't deny. He needed to get his combo off if they won again. So it would have had to been Katomi to get that deny there. But not a big deal. They made the trade. In a way, it's not a big deal, but at the same time, it is a big deal. If you look at the perspective of, oh, you traded the Doom for Viper, that's fine, but Viper's a hero that does not enjoy playing a game like this, where he's dying 3 times in a row. Doesn't have the best comeback mechanic.
And on the side of EG, you know, this Doom is still, what, top 4 net worth right now. And all of the sort of other cores are up towards the top of the net worth at this point, except for Toby. And he is going to be in a world of hurt, has stick charges with the Spirit Siphon, living for a while. Pops them now, but will be brought down. So Toby says, I don't want to be bottom anymore. I'm going the other side as the Meteor Hammer lands. And they're going to connect onto Panda, find that kill.
That was a much-needed rotation from Toby. I am so happy he didn't go back bottom lane. Making that kill, killing that DP. That DP, this is how close this early game has been. That DP was #1 net worth. After 1 death,
that's crazy. Drops
to the bottom, basically, with Toby.
Yeah, and Toby now very much a hero. Granted, it's still not great.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but it's salvaged.
Okay, Katomi tries to get out of there. Meteor Hammer, not going to connect. He had the snowball. Matthew, though, has to be careful backing out of here. Pakaz says, I don't want any more of this action. I see people walking up here. I'm running away. Fishman tries to find the angle for the glimpse, but Pakaz hiding in the trees. Doesn't quite connect there. And will be able to escape.
TP'd bottom. Interesting. Very interesting. I don't think he wants to be there. He definitely doesn't want to be here.
Yeah, that's not a place to be. So, see Smile has her fraction back up, though, and now turns to fight. Says, Fishman, you want to glimpse me? Fine, glimpse me.
All right.
And now see Smile does want to be here. They chase. They kill. Whisper also takes down Toby top? What in the Sam hell is happening? The tornado into Meteor Hammer combo is going to connect from Stormstormer, but I mean, except for him and Watson, everybody's dying.
I thought when they glimpsed back Chris Luck there, that would go differently. But Fishman did not have, I'm not sure, he probably didn't have mana for Kinetic Field, so he just walked out of the Static Storm. There was no Meteor Hammer cast there. So he just walked away, then he's like, alright, I guess I'll turn this now. Very interesting, as we'll see if this one works, surely.
Well, Kinetic Field is going to drop. Ice Path try and get him out of trouble, but Sea Smile will die.
Yeah,
so
it turns out if you hit your spells, you'll get the kill.
True.
Very good.
So,
I mean, I don't think it was his fault. I think he just didn't have mana, as he does have a build that... You see a lot of Arcane boots nowadays on heroes, so you don't have mana problems, but he's going for the Tranquil boots, so he's got to do the quick math.
Radiant's middle tower
Fair.
is under attack.
Meteor Hammer in towards mid. Whisper tracked. Trying to get towards those Greaves so he can purge the stuff off of them, but will have the mech after this comes out, although not enough mana for it. Still, they keep their tower alive for the moment.
Is under attack.
Yeah, they could have went there, but I respect the fact they didn't. Static Storm just got off cooldown. It would have been quite the commitment. But because Glimpse is available here, but there's also a Doom. Who sees who first?
Walks out, spots him. Static Storm, Kinetic, tries to get away. Meteor Hammer lands. At least get your Midas off. It's not going to happen. He's going to die. And maybe looking for more. These track kills, they can become important.
And that's a big reason why... Glimpse, he might get glimpsed here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, walked into the Ice Path. Just out of
Oh,
range.
he'll be in
Getting
range.
closer. Getting closer. No! Panda. Panda's going to die.
Dire's
Glorious gold there.
So much.
Radiant's
money?
top tower has fallen.
I mean, it gives 130 for him, 40 for everyone else.
Dire's
Yeah.
middle tower
Not bad.
is under
And
attack.
they also, you know, have gotten Toby a couple of Spear Vessel charges now because he decided to go for that item. So, more options.
I'm down for it, yeah. Not bad, not bad. I'm curious if he's going to go into... We see some Vipers go into the Aghanim Scepter nowadays. Who did he
Right.
glimpse? Oh, Chris Luck. Okay.
Just trying to get out of harm's way.
Radiant's
Oh,
middle
Tornado?
tower
Sidestep.
is under attack.
Gets away from that one. Panda walks back in. I mean, they're all under vision. They've got to find a way to shut down Katomi's like value here. He's getting so much out of these shadow walks.
They have a lot of things they need to worry about, because we did talk about this Morphling as well. Uncontested at the moment. Completely just farming for free up here. Sure, Doom is doing that as well, but this is what Doom does. I was going to mention before, one of the reasons why Doom is getting so popular now is they changed it so when you die, you don't lose your Devour. Before, if you died, your Devour would just go away, you wouldn't get the gold. So even if you do die a few times in this Doom, you're still farming. Speaking of him dying a few times,
Does he just get a Doom off first? Doesn't look like it. Matthew's Snowball breaks the Meteor Hammer. It will not matter. He is way dead. And now Matthew gonna get glimpsed back in too. Doesn't have a Snowball. Ice Path connects onto 3. Fishman taking a couple punches from Matthew. It's brought very low, but not enough for the kill. And it's all going Entity.
and this Bounty Hunter is a complete nuisance with the glimpse. You need to figure out a plan.
Wait a
right
minute.
now.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The silence. Oh, Pass, Mr. C Smile made the move over, gets the free kill with the DD onto the Invoker because of the TA trap silence, and C Smile still living through all of this. You want to fight too? Get over here. Oh my god, he missed uphill, but another connection, a double kill for C Smile. He literally stood in front of them and said, come at me.
They didn't have detection for that, and then the moment he melded, oh, all right, Watson getting some revenge here.
Snowball comes through. The punch. They find him. Fishman. Just when we talk about how things are going good for good old Entity, did EG make that play?
I mean, this one's just a slugfest. 25 kills now at 16 and a half minutes. Love to see it here. Completely even game. I feel like you definitely need these things to happen. The fact that Picaz is online is kind of concerning at this point, because you wanted this Viper to have a much better game than he did.
Right.
The Invoker also in a situation where you're not going to have the same game as Stormer just by the nature of the build you're going. You're Quas Wex this time, so you're going to fall off a little bit. So it's going to be all chips onto the Morphling here to carry this game. He can do it, but it's not a free game. You're playing against a Doom.
Yeah. I think the other point that you made earlier too about just like in the draft, we were talking about Morphling is the be-all end-all strongest hero in this game, but EG, they're just going to take another hero that's really strong in this game also, and it also happens to counter out the Morph. So they've got this like draft advantage if it goes late to some extent, and Panda will get caught for a moment. Does he get anything off first? Does not appear so. And
The
vision
biggest
down.
struggle I'm finding is going to be, where is Toby going to find his place in this game?
Yeah, and I mean, you see these pickoffs that keep on happening. Maybe a sense of needing to get things going so that Toby can have a moment to do things. Because right now he's a Spirit Vessel, and I don't know if it's actually been cast that much this time. Last time that he built this item,
No.
it did 27 damage
I
in the whole
remember.
game.
It's already done more than that, don't worry.
All right, fair.
The last fight, he casted it 2 times
Okay.
for full duration. Didn't kill anything, but he did cast it.
It does feel like that's going to be actually a good answer, right? If they can just keep snowballing these kills with Katomi, getting track gold and stuff like that, maybe there's some avenue there. He's going towards a pipe too on this bounty hunter, but into the pit they go. While simultaneously finding a kill onto bounty. He's going to buy back immediately. See Smile, he's taking Roche with the macro pyre down. They're going to pull back this DP. Needs to be careful. Pops the Grieve, tries to turn. Ice
That
Path
vessel.
down. Watson forward. Walking on in. Watson, they have Doom available, but still trying to take down this Roche. EG backing away. Sunstrike out. Does a connect, but not that much damage. And then the run forward. Silence is there. Snowball to follow. The Ice Path is all chained together perfectly. And Watson didn't get the shift off. Didn't see that one coming as they get the Aegis, find the kill on the Morph. Everything coming together now for EG.
Dire's top tower is
Yeah,
under
Fishman unfortunately tumbler toyed into the Ice Path there too, making it a 2-for-1 special. But good zoning there by Pakaz and Whisper there, so Chris Luck could just take that Aegis for himself. This is exactly what you want. If you're playing against a hero that has better scaling than you just want to take the tempo to them, shut off the map, have a net worth advantage here. And if it's a 2-versus-1 situation, which it's starting to feel like Doom and TA against this Morph, I think the Morph doesn't have much of a chance there.
Yeah, and I mean, potentially later, Whisper as well. If he can keep his net worth up, which he is right now. Right now, he's just that Aura bot trying to stay alive with the BKB next. But, you know, Exo, it's no joke. And can definitely at least rip through these, like, sort of squishy supports. And I'm starting to think about Viper as a bit of a support in this game.
Unfortunately, yeah.
He doesn't have that much that he's able to bring to the table. Does have the mech trying to get towards those Greaves. But 20 minutes in, a 6,000 gold lead. What do you think Entity, like, their game plan needs to be now? Do they need to fight with Bounty? Do they need to buy more time for Watson? Obviously, at this point, you're dodging the Aegis.
Yeah, you just have to split out, give Watson some more time. It's going to be a similar scenario that EG was in last game, where Pakaz was farming the map. They couldn't really take any fights. The ball is going to be in EG's court this time, where Watson has to just keep hitting the creeps. At this point in the game, it's going to be a different game, because I feel like Entity, they don't have the same supports that EG had last game. I feel like their value is a lot less as far as utility and stuns go, but they're going to try running up anyway. But you have to realize if you're Entity, this is not a fight.
Yeah. That, I mean, it's a bold idea going against C-Smile with the DD and an Aegis. Maybe bold is the wrong word, but they are not going to take that fight. They will back away and let them take that tier 2. So, tower down, outpost available if they want to try and claim that. And Entity...
They see Pakaz top. He's tracked and on the wave. Now, if you're not careful as EG, you might get smoked on by Entity.
Okay. They're going to try and find something. Getting even these support kills becomes that much more valuable when you're playing with the Bounty Hunter.
Panda? They see Panda?
Pulls him back in. Wait for a track. Wait for a track. Wait for a track.
No, don't
He's
wait.
Coming.
EG's coming.
He's coming. Wait,
Kill him and
wait
run.
For track. Wait for track. No, they didn't wait for track. Oh, sad. Cat Toby's so sad.
C Smile is sad too, because that what DD Aegis TA was coming on the way there.
Yeah.
That would have been very scary. Even though Doom was top, you can still win some of these fights 4 versus 5.
Right.
If you're EG, especially with that DD rune. So just because you have the number advantage doesn't mean you're necessarily stronger in a game like this.
Okay.
For now.
That's a good point. That's fair.
I mean, I've seen a lot of teams really push that to the edge where, let's say, for example, one team has a hero that gets picked off, so now it's 4 versus 5, but the 4... Oh, hold on for now. They might want to go on Whisper. He has got a BKB.
This is not going to work. Static Storm down. Matthew does not appear to care. Stormstormer is gone. Oh, they chose this moment to fight. They dodge away, and then the Doom onto Watson. They catch him. The stun is there. Holy moly. EG. They hit everything just about perfectly, and they can only sit back and watch as now buildings are going to fall. Appreciating what they're seeing. Yeah, he definitely did have a BKB. You were right, Fear.
Yeah, I don't think Entity got the memo that BKB was ready there. Glimpse into Static Storm, not super effective against the BKB, as we just witnessed there, and Stormstormer just TPing on his face. No BKB himself either, just gets instantly silenced and ran down. Ooh. I don't think he expected Chris Luck to have 2 traps placed where they were, which really helped Whisper run him down, but still. A very bold play there that did not work out. Were they just planning on... There's 2 things that happened there. Either they wanted to force the BKB and sacrifice Fishman for it, be like worth it in some weird way, or they just didn't know he had a BKB.
Right.
It didn't work out either way. They lost every single core there. Sad stuff. Tough game right now for Entity. And I don't feel like they have the same exact tools to come back into this game, because they are lacking something called stuns right now, which means BKB is an item where it makes you pretty much invulnerable this game if you pop it. What can you do against that? And when we saw EG come back into the last game, it was on the back of like a line stunning you before you can press your BKBs. But they will
didn't
kill.
Wait for track again. Didn't wait for track. Very sad. Glimpse. This time he's going to get it right. Wait for track. Wait for track. Wait for track. Wait for track.
Where is bound?
Hey, there's the track. It's gonna be playing in my head over and over again. Why am I doing this to myself?
I mean, we do have a pipe now. Yeah.
Hey, and an Axe on Morph.
Hey.
What do you think? Maybe a chance?
I think these are... Of course there's a chance. It's just going to come down to execution.
Okay.
You can't stop this Doom right now.
Right.
You can't stop the DP.
Well,
you can't stop the TA either, so it's hard.
Right. That was the thing I was sort of wondering about when I saw the Morph, was I was thinking, oh, Morph, you know, Lincoln's Buyer against the Doom sounds good. Granted, Lincoln's, I think, a lot less valuable nowadays when there's AoE Doom, which I feel like all these Dooms go for.
Eventually,
you know what I mean? So it feels like they do lose some value with that. Vision. Glimpse.
Okay. You don't have a stun.
Afraid.
This man
Dude,
does not care.
Scared. They're so scared. Oh, God. Get out of there. Fishman, no. Fishman's going to die. But they do have a BKB on
Smoked while
Stormstormer.
tracked, so they don't care. This is an intimidation smoke.
Yeah, that's for movement speed.
Yeah.
Well, all the outer tier 2 towers are taken. There are traps all over the map. They will take away a couple of them, it looks like. Some vision down, but yeah, game feeling very difficult.
I mean, I had some hope from EG last game, how they can come back into this game, but I gotta say it straight as it is right now, unfortunately, for EG. What the hell do you do if you're Entity? You don't have a single stun on your team. You glimpse them back, and then you have to run away because you realize there's no follow-up.
It's true. Well, apparently what you do is you take this fight. This is the fight they've been waiting for. Whisper, though, BKB, C-Smile onto Fishman, going to drop. Dead very quickly. They didn't have BKB on TA for this fight, but it doesn't look like they need it. Stormstormer drops the Meteor, not going to connect, not do anything, and as Watson dies to the Doom, the Stomp is there. He is going to fall. Katomi also in some trouble now. Nobody from Evil Geniuses is dying, and well, for Entity, it's only Stormstormer left alive.
The curse continues for Entity here. I'll try to counter curse them here by saying there's absolutely nothing they can do left in this game. Literally nothing. Maybe you can get the Scotty, but you need the Lincolns. You need so many items if you're this Morphling now.
Yeah.
It's a rough affair, to say the least here. Fishman, his drums of endurance are ready, but that is the drums of defeat, more so in my eyes. That's a retreating drums, because that is not going to advance their positioning in this game.
It's the drum, not the drums of Slom, the drums of Sad.
Right, we might see a couple more fights here from Entity here, but they're just lacking any ability to deal with the BKB. Alright, they got Chris Luck, but my man's got a BKB.
Yeah.
He's just gonna turn. This item's pretty good.
Well, Toby is gonna die. C-Smile does take a good little chunk of damage there, but detection, they have it. Oh, he gets the blink out. Oh no, just like that. Doom not up for 25 seconds. Whisper pops his BKB, does not have exorcism, literally just right-clicking. Does not appear to care one little bit.
Have Blink
Now.
Dagger BKB, interesting.
Yeah, why not? It's going for Refresher next on Whisper. Game state, looking rough for Entity.
You said it best just there. It's looking rough. Katomi can find them. They can see them. They can glimpse them. But they can't really do anything after the glimpse. That was the closest I feel like they could have been, as Katomi's going to sacrifice himself for a D-ward. Which he didn't do. Yeah, he got the D-ward.
Yeah,
Fed a ward back in exchange, but
it happens.
even trade.
Stormer, he is out on the map now, getting some good farm going. I think that, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out how to read like Entity as a team, because I did really like that last game where like Stormer was the win condition, and Watson obviously plays like amazing in terms of these late game scenarios, but I liked the way that their team looked when everybody was getting active early. I guess some of it is like this Viper sort of feels like a strange hero right now in Dota.
Yeah, you know what I liked last game from them? They picked an offlaner like Beastmaster. It
Yeah.
wasn't a Viper, it wasn't a Brewmaster, it wasn't weird. It was
Yeah.
a good Dota hero. It was stable. And I think that's what Entity lacks in a lot of the games I've seen, is stability. And sure, they lost last game, but there's a fight can happen. I'll bring that up later. Desperation
Toby.
time for Toby.
Running in, does have his Greaves ready, but well, they're gonna run away now, or they run back in. They want a better angle. That's what's going on. And an Ag's done on Doom, flying out now. Retaking this area. Toby wants to throw it in. Sunstrike is out. They are not going to quite get there in time. Toby is like, guys, I can do it. Oh, the Ice Path. Oh, the Macro Pyre. Oh, Pakaz right on top of him. Dead on that Viper. Now looking for more. The jump forward, the stun. Able to dodge it with that snowball. Matthew backs away, and they have to run on the rest of Entity. Silence is there onto the Morphling. Connection from long range onto Fishman. They drop down the Static Storm, still getting Psyblade damage onto him as they are ready to go high ground again. Oof. As we are seeing now the DD picked up for C-Smile, and now looking to go down on the bottom side of the map here as a Yule Scepter even finish for Tusk. Our guys on Entity definitely struggling to pull back onto this one. Watson, Aghanim's done, but you need to hit like that perfect combo. I do believe that we had Fear gone for a second, but he'll be back in a moment. Don't worry, everybody. All is good in the world. 20,000 gold lead for Evil Geniuses. And
Hi.
every time... Hello!
Oh, sorry.
How you doing? You're good.
Right.
Don't worry.
What'd I miss?
You didn't miss anything. It's the same thing we've been seeing all game.
Okay, perfect. But we just got an Aegis on TA now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Easy.
Perfect.
Daedalus. Daedalus on TA2. Not bad. Oh, goodness. Well, 32 minutes in, and it is looking pretty freaking good for them, but they don't necessarily have to go high ground if they don't want to. And Entity is actually out on the map getting some farming going for themselves.
You see a smoke though here.
Oh.
On to the
All right.
Morphling, and goodbye.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll happen. They didn't even need Doom for that. Uh-oh.
It feels good to be this good.
Uh-oh, indeed. I think he was agility morphing while hitting the creeps, so didn't get the morph off there, and that'll happen. And we're going to be going up to the high ground, it looks like. DD, it did get purged.
Okay, a chance. They don't have TP from Doom for another 5 seconds. And starting to run down C-Smile a bit, but can't really stand your ground against these lineups. So yeah, they are finally going to TP into Doom. Now ready to jump on in, find that connection on the Katomi. Oh, the glimpse with the BKB. And then tries to keep that Invoker alive, but wasn't quite going to be able to do it. Pakaz running all the way in. GG is called. Evil Genius is able to take the 2-0 over Entity. What an impressive showing.
I like the Doom pick a lot. I wanted it in the first game, but I got it in the second game, so good enough for me. Against the Morphling, it made a lot of sense. It's not just necessarily the silence, that's a big part of it, but you got the percentage-based damage from the Inferno Blade, and when you are max shifted, you have a ton of HP on Morphling, so having that percentage-based damage later on in the game while they're doomed will give you the damage needed just to burn through all that raw HP that he does have.
Well, always the jokester C-Smile. A big smile on his face after that one.
Of course.
Feeling pretty good. Got to play TA. Man, what impressive showing. Hopefully we're going to be able to get another interview with the guys coming out there. We'll see who they decide to send into the arena. But thoughts about Evil Geniuses after the 2-0, now keeping this streak alive for themselves and staying top of the bracket in this group. I mean, what's the limit? Is this the time for SA to come out on top on Champions?
I don't see why not. I think they have a lot of championship characteristics, and I think one big characteristic of a champion is the fact that you can win games that you shouldn't be winning. Like, you have that mental fortitude, you can stay in there, you can find a way to win when things look really difficult. And that's something I have not seen a shred of from Entity. When things start going badly, they stay really bad for them. But for EG, they look good.
Okay. I'm hearing that we might have Whisper. Is he ready to go now? Okay, we're just connecting over a few things, and we're going to get to listen to the man, the myth, the legend himself. Holy moly. What a solid match. I might let you go first with the questions because I need to think of a couple of them. But we have Whisper here. Whisper, congratulations. How you doing? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. What'd you say? Oh my God, they're playing ping pong behind you.
Yeah.
All right, I guess I'll lead then with the question. So you guys are doing really good at the DreamLeague here. You won the last game, which seemed like you were about to lose. What was the call to make where you got back into the game? Game number 1, that is.
Washi, necesito que me ayudes a decirle. Yo sé cómo yo entiendo, pero no sé decirle.
Okay.
Sorry, Washi por...
It's all good.
It's okay.
She's great.
Toma.
Hello.
Me dijo cómo me sentí en primer juego para volver y todo eso. Dile que nos sentimos bien. Creo que solamente teníamos que ajustar el draft. Yeah.
We felt good about the first game, but we have to change a little bit to draft, basically. But they were feeling good and confident about it.
Okay. Cool.
You want to go now? Go ahead.
Go for it. Sorry. No,
Sorry,
you
yeah.
go.
I'll ask one more question here. Last one is, so this DreamLeague here, what are your guys' expectations for the tournament? Do you think you can win it all, or what's your realistic thoughts of how far you will go as a team?
¿Cuál es tu expectativa para este torneo? O sea, ¿crees que podemos ganar todo? ¿Crees que podemos ir lejos? ¿Cuáles son las expectativas que tenemos?
Creo que desde la DPC yo como que no tenía mucha expectativa, ¿no? De los torneos. Simplemente como que dar lo mejor cada juego creo que es lo mejor, ¿no? O sea, si no te metes presión ni nada y simplemente juegas a lo mejor que puedas ir, digamos, ¿no? Cada serie. Y nada, sí.
Basically, he said that since the DPC, he didn't have much expectations of what would happen. So, like, you're playing without expectations, so you don't put pressure on yourself. So he's doing the best he can and go as far as they can. So just give the best as you can, basically.
All right, thank you.
Perfect. Hello, Whisper. Congratulations again. I was wondering, first, I wanted to ask a little bit about, after the major, you guys were sort of, rock stars going out there in front of the crowd. Everybody loves you, roaring crazy loudness. And now you're, in a room playing Dota. How different of a feel is it playing now at like sort of in front of the home crowd versus now? And did that experience playing in front of the home crowd change your team at all? Or does it still feel the same?
Básicamente
Sorry for the
está
long question.
preguntando cómo. Primero dijo hola Whisper, ¿cómo está? Y de ahí estaba hablando respecto de Lima Major, cómo hemos jugado así como rockstars ahí, había todo el público a su lado y todo eso, con los fans gritando y todo eso. ¿Y cómo se siente ahora jugar en una bootcamp, así más encerrado, sin tener ese apoyo del público, ahora jugando en Europa? ¿Ves alguna diferencia en eso? ¿Crees que hay algo distinto?
Creo que sí, creo que al ser locales como que sientes algo de presión, ¿no? Puede ser.
¿Con el público?
Sí, un poco puede ser. Pero creo que se siente mucho mejor acá. Creo que estamos jugando un poco mejor que la Lima Major. Porque como que todos se sienten tranquilos, ¿no? Estamos como que muy en confort en la bootcamp. Y no, la verdad es como que muy cómodo, la verdad.
So basically what he says is that he feels better playing in the bootcamp because the crowd really puts a pressure on you because you feel pressured, right? That everyone's looking at you. But while they're here, they feel way more confident. They're in the comfort zone. Everything's more chill. Like he believes everyone's playing better from Lima Major to now here too because of that. It's just way more comfortable to play like from your PC and good chairs that they like, So he feels confident about being here and playing from here.
Oh, speaking of the
Awesome.
chair real quick, nice chair by the way. I got one of those as well.
Dijo
He has the
que
same
la
chair.
silla está muy buena.
So the other question that I had
necesitamos
is,
eso en la bootcamp. No, está bien.
no problem. Are you going to be streaming at all? Are the streams coming back? Are you going to be doing that during boot camp time, or is it all hanging out and all playing? Because I love your streams.
Le está diciendo que le gustan mucho tus streams y quiere saber si va a hacer streams mientras está en la bootcamp, si tiene algún plan de streamear porque le gusta mucho tu contenido.
Creo que sí, espero como que de acá, o sea, hacer los streams para gente de inglés también como que, sí entiendo, pero como que me da falta todavía como que hablar, porque no sé, la pronunciación me sale un poco raro, ¿no? Pero sí, no sé si acá, porque como que quiero estar tranquilo y focus para poder jugar la IS, la Major, pero de ahí puede ser.
So basically he said that right now he does want to continue streaming, of course. He says that he plans on doing English content too. He's not too confident about it because of the pronunciation and all that, so he feels a little bit shy about it. And also he doesn't know if he's going to do it here during the boot camp because he's more focused on training and like he doesn't want to have to do both at the same time, but he's definitely going to come back to doing streams. It's on the plans.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. We hope they come back. We hope you can do English content. I'm sure your pronunciation is great. Also, thank you, Guashi, for the translation. It was perfect. And good luck at the rest of the tournament.
Dijo muchas gracias por tu entrevista. Dijo también que no te preocupes con tu pronunciación, que eso no es un problema. Y suerte para el torneo. Y eso es.
No, muchas gracias por la entrevista también.
He said, thank you very much for the interview.
All right. Have a good one. Good luck. Good luck. I'll talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Wonderful. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Wonderful. That's always great. The leftover elongated goodbye that continues. It's so great. Fear. So EG, they take it down 2-0. Final thoughts as we close out this series and get ready for the next one.
I feel like we shouldn't cover Entity anymore. We're a curse for them.
I know.
That's what I feel like. But EG looking strong, looking like contenders at this point, topping their group stage. I don't know if there's anyone left that can stop them in the group stage. We'll see if anyone in, Group B, that's the opposite group, that can stop them in the playoffs. But yeah, that's about it. EG looking strong, Entity looking like they're Struggle City still. We'll see what happens.
Struggle City. Well, we do have some pretty solid games coming up next. I can't wait for this one. Liquid facing off against Spirit. It's going to be mega hype. We do have a little while before that game is going to get underway, so stay tuned, everybody. We'll be back in just a few for our final series of the night.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like I'm
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Oh, hello and welcome back, people out there. Hope you're enjoying yourselves a nice little wonderful day or night or morning or whatever it is full of Dota. I myself am going to be sipping some coffee while we watch this next game. Team Spirit versus Team Liquid. I invite you to enjoy whatever beverage that you're going to enjoy at the same time. I don't know where I'm going with this. Hopefully Monster Energy will be the one that you're having, as they are sponsoring this event. That's actually what's in this cup right now. Fear, Team Spirit versus Team Liquid. Can you believe it?
Yes, I can. I can believe it. They are in the same group, so they have to play eventually.
Yeah. Okay, I guess that's fair. Okay. Are you excited about it?
Oh,
I think that's a
absolutely.
better
Yeah,
question.
I'm glad we got to see a Liquid game. I've been wanting to cover their games. They've been the most dominant in their group so far. Only draw one game to Talon. Surprisingly enough, they were the only team to take a single game off of Liquid so far. And we'll see if Spirit has what it takes, or if the Liquid dominance is going to continue.
Right, and for Spirit, a really important match. Right now, they're right on that verge of making it in through the top. They're combating with Tundra right now. We did just see that news about Soxa, which you haven't checked it out. Go check out his Twitter, see what's going on there. But that's something to watch for as well. But it could be one of those moments where, this series could make the difference. Maybe Nigma makes a comeback, because that's the other team that Spirit still have to play against as well. But as that logo shows, we are already into the draft, good to go. And first ban overall, Primal Beast. Don't want to deal with it. Don't want to see it.
Yeah, I think when you're playing against Team Spirit, when they get their hands on the Primal Beast, they can look pretty good. They haven't played a ton of it here in this DreamLeague. They have that one game where they played it and they won with it, and they're probably like, wow, that looked really good. We're not going to let them have that again. However, looking at Liquid's picks, there is one hero in specific. It's the IO that just got banned out, that they've been on a tear with throughout. They didn't even pick it for the first couple matches. They're like, we'll do the standard opening, some DP here, maybe some Dooms, back into the NP. Then they played that one game against Talon. They did beat their IO, but it felt like that may have been the spark afterwards, because since that match, they went against OG. They picked IO 2 times, steamrolled them, picked it again against Nigma, steamrolled them as well with the IO. And I think that's just going to get a respect ban against Liquid for potentially the rest of the tournament. I was going to say the group stage, but IO is one of those heroes that some teams they don't want to deal with. They just want to get it out of the game. If you have an IO player, just remove that hero from the game. And another anti-mage, first phase ban.
Interesting. Yeah, Liquid really highly value this one. Spirit, we've seen a ton of different openers from them. Obviously, you talk a lot about the Liquid IO ban. That means that there's going to be something else that's going to be coming out. They take the Doom. That was first phase for Spirit in a couple of their games against Talon the other day. So stealing that one away does leave open some options here. Team Spirit, they could go like the Tusk DP that they've done before. They could go some like Enchantress Beastmaster maybe, although playing against Doom, that sounds kind of bad. Maybe go Undying here and try and bully the Doom? What do you think?
You have different options for sure when you're playing versus the Doom. The strength of the Doom is you don't know exactly where it's going. Right now, it's mainly played on POS 1 and 3. There has been some metas where you can put on POS 4 in some situations. So it is a flex, so it's kind of hard to like overall just deal with it. The DP, I think, versus Doom is not a simple matchup.
Yeah.
I feel like you do have the option of, you turn on Exo and you get your drains off, but what happens if you don't get your drains off? It can be really bad for the DP. One response I do like is the Leshrac against the Doom. It is a hero that can just run in with the Bloodstone, pop all your buttons, hopefully before you get doomed, and kind of heal up. You might want some additional healing on top of that. But yeah, I currently don't have like the most up-to-date meta responses to the Doom, as this hero is fairly new to the meta. We didn't see him a bunch in the DPC, and the same with the Anti-Mage. So a lot of teams are kind of winging this and trying to figure it out as this group stage prolongs.
Well, apparently Team Spirit were too, because they spent almost half of their reserve time on their first pick. They wanted that Doom for themselves, I'm pretty sure.
Right.
And it being taken away put them in a really awkward spot, because even like that Death Prophet that you're talking about or something, Liquid could just respond with like a Drow or something afterwards, right? And then you're in this really weird spot. Yeah, that's a scary opener. And now Rubik kind of feels like a meh pick.
Well, it depends, right? It's scary. It's annoying for the Doom.
Yeah,
because you can steal Doom, and now you have your own Doom. That's kind of good. And you have to now use Doom and instantly spam your Scorched Earth button, and hopefully the Rubik can't steal it in that time frame. But normally you want to press Scorched Earth first, then press Doom, so you can get a little bit more move speed. So it does change the way you play the hero a little bit, which can be annoying. So I think the Rubik response, I think first overall pick Rubik, as you mentioned, is losing a lot of value. But when there is a big team fight ability such as Doom in the game that you can steal, gets a little more value.
Okay. Well, that does leave open afterwards, you know, the Centaur, which is, I guess, a bit of a response for the Doom. Even if he AoE Dooms later, you're going to be able to go for that, like, just spam away. It is something that we haven't seen a ton from Spirit for a while, I want to say. But opting to go for it in this instance, maybe this is that meta pick that you're talking about. As a matter of fact, they haven't even played it for a solid month, but they did actually open with this back in some of their other matches, and then it's the Enchantress after.
Yeah, for Team Spirit here, the Rubik Centaur, this is that's all the things you mentioned. The Stampede can be good to disengage from the Doom, which will help a lot. Maybe you can steal a Doom back. So you have a lot of play options here if you are Team Spirit right now. I do think this lane as well is probably one of the oldest lanes in the book, Rubik Centaur. This lane has been around for, I don't even know, probably 8+ years. It's a classic lane. Lift into the Stomp. It's a strong lane. Even if you see it coming, it's not easy to deal with. So I like this opening quite a bit from Team Spirit here as a experimental option of how to deal with this Doom. Maybe this Doom is just so OP right now that it can't get through into the game. We don't know yet. We haven't seen enough of it. We saw the Viper try and counter it. That wasn't the answer. What is going to be the counter to it? We saw Arteezy play it earlier, putting the double Ags Doom on the ground. It looked OP there too. So far, every single Doom game we've witnessed, this hero looks damn good.
It's really true. And I think that this is going to be one of the big tests for me of just how good is this hero, because we see it first phase overall, Spirit have 5 picks to respond to it. There hasn't really been that other big pressure point put forward by Liquid yet as far as the shape of their draft is going to go. And while it is incredibly versatile, I'll be real with you, I think this is Zai playing the Doom. Like, just upon the way that these other heroes play, maybe you could make some arguments for, like, Nietzsche, but I feel like Mikke is always going to be on that, like, you know, right-clicking carry role. Could change, though, but that to me, at least, is how I see it.
Oh, the Doom counter is Meepo. No one's picking that one, right?
What the hell?
No, I'm just looking at some heroes that you can play versus Doom. My favorite hero of all time to play against Doombringer is my favorite hero of all time, Lone Druid. That hero is incredibly good versus Doom. You want to Doom him? Go ahead. The bear is the real hero. Do you want to Doom the bear? Well, that's just silly. So that could be something that could be really good here. We see other heroes getting banned out, like the Ursa, I think, is a good option as well. And they banned the Slark, interestingly enough, because that one goes both ways. I think some people like Doom versus Slark, but some Slark players are like, but if I get into the dark and I'm doomed, I kind of heal up, so that's nice.
Yeah.
So it can go both ways there. I do want to see a Lone Druid, for sure. I think Yatoro can play it. I am not positive, though, he can play it.
The old Lone Druid?
Yeah, the old Lone Druid.
I wouldn't put it past him. Let me look real quickly and see if he has that many games on it at all in terms of competitive. I feel like it's not going to be many.
Right. Probably not a ton. But there's not a lot of options you have against Doom that are super valuable. I do like the Ursa. I do like the Lone Druid. If you want to go some Monkey King route, that potentially could work. But oftentimes, if you just face tank the Doom, things aren't going to go really well for you.
Well, it looks like they do have some games played on it actually, for Yadro. So it is something that they could go for if they want to do it. Against the TA, does it get any concern? Does it get that concerning at all? I feel like you can kind of tank through a lot of stuff. You build an AC naturally anyways.
Yeah, I know. Longer doesn't care about TA.
Okay.
It's not the best hero in the game versus TA, but it's like a whatever matchup. But they're going to go for a Terrorblade. This is a hero that is incredibly good versus the TA, and in theory, good versus the Doom.
Yeah,
Also, very scary if you get doomed as well on the same end, because you can't take advantage of the Sunder. But what it does have is what I like to call the Metamorphosis heroes, which kind of is like Lone Druid as well. You press your buttons, and then whether you're silenced or not, you don't care, you just right-click.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that is the part to me that feels a little bit weird about it in a way, is that, like, I honestly often feel like, back in the day, I remember old VP, with like Ramses and Pasha and all of them, they would use Doom as the counter to Terrorblade because of that Sunder dynamic, right? And so I think that it definitely feels like maybe in a similar fashion to like that Slark, where depending upon who you ask, some people feel differently about it. It might have just been that was the old version of Doom 2. Regardless, Terrorblade's taken, a hero that Yadro is very comfortable on.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be a very big talking point, though, throughout this entire game. Will the Terrorblade versus Doom matchup, which way will it go? And I think it's very much so the direction of the Doom now. I believe, yeah, you press meta and everything, but one of the appeals of Terrorblade is you have overwhelming physical damage, which is great, and you're going to farm a lot. You're going to get very farmed in the game. But when you jump on a Terrorblade, there's always that we have to burst him type of like scenario, because if you don't, he's going to full heal and maybe kill your core on top of it. But I feel like you bypass that whole dynamic of the hero when you pick Doom. You jump him, you wait for the Doom to hit. If the Doom hits, you know for sure that you can burst him. You have a huge window to decide, and if you realize you can't, then you can just back out. And I feel like Terrorblade isn't a hero that wants to fight into that unless he for somehow has like a huge net worth advantage here. So Team Spirit playing with fire here, I can see it working. But at the same time, this might just go back to Doom. Maybe an OP hero. Because this should be a good response, and if it's not good enough, what the hell is good enough?
Well, I will also say, though, that the one thing that and this is maybe where I wonder if the Rubik comes back into play, is like, this was one of their thoughts from the very beginning of this draft of what they wanted to do. They have 3 different ways to save this Terrorblade from Doom, even if he gets AoE Doom. You've got the Rubik lift to pull him out of it if it's AoE Doom. You've got the Tusk Snowball to delay the damage that's coming in, extend that period of time where maybe he can get a Sunder off, and then the Centaur there with the Stampede to run away and try and save there. So that is one area where I kind of wonder if they can make it work. What do you think about like a Coddle last pick and just try and play at a really fast tempo for Team Spirit, where you get some more healing in there too? Or do you think that they need something else out of their draft? What does Spirit and Liquid both kind of need in their drafts now?
I want to see Liquid pick a hero that's dead. Mars.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Oh.
I want to see Mars. I want to see a hero that shuts down the Stampede play.
Yeah.
That's going to be very instrumental, because you mentioned it. Like, you have ways of disengaging here. But whatever they pick for Zai here, if they can stop the disengage, that could be really big. I mean, Zai could be playing this Doom himself. We don't know for sure. TA probably don't want to throw that mid necessarily. So maybe they do just need a mid. I want a mid that can just
5 seconds
make it so when they press Stampede, maybe you buy Yules or something. Some type of hero that can just lock them down through Stampede. It has to be a hard stun, because they don't currently have any of those. They have slows, and the Bushwhack, good luck hitting that on a Stampeded target. Maybe he will, maybe he won't, but I wouldn't rely on it, that's for sure.
Maybe like the other one is a Puck that's like a mid lane answer to it, but I do like the idea of what you're saying for like
Puck
the
sounds
Mars.
good too, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, something that just locks them down, where you press Stampede, it isn't a get out of jail free card. That's what I'm really looking for Liquid here.
Well, they've got 20 seconds left trying to decide what they want to do and who's going to play what. Liquid very open in these picks oftentimes. They leave it very flexible. We'll see if that flexibility comes back to bite them by not having the lockdown that they need.
Yeah, they're really thinking about it. 3 seconds, and
Points away.
Pango.
Okay.
All right, it's crazy time. You ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Centaur mid.
Okay.
Against the Pango. Gunner
Let's
was
go.
doing this, and it looked so good. The Centaur dumpsters Pango in the mid lane. You get the Stampede at the same timing as the Rolling Thunder. You press Rolling Thunder on Pango, you run away every time. It looks like
sick.
an unplayable matchup that nobody does, but I am so confident that it's good, but it won't happen.
Batrider's also a pretty good matchup there in the mid lane. And while it doesn't fit like sort of the healing element that I was thinking about with the Coddle, it is very much a fast tempo hero. And Laurel, set to try and have himself a very good game, is a good answer against the TA later on too. I like this Team Spirit draft a lot. I think they answered this Doom very well.
I think it looks pretty good as well. I think the Pango last pick was giving them more protection against the TB instead of trusting in what they have already. Because I think the Stampede from Collapse is going to be a game changer. And of course, Stampede with Batrider looks really strong as well. I do think the last pick here from Liquid looks a little bit lackluster, especially if the lane doesn't go well. But I've seen this Pango Batrider matchup go both ways. I've seen Pango be fine in it, just to escape with a swashbuckle, but I've also seen the Pango not do so well and Batrider's run it over. So it's going to be a pretty instrumental that Nisha does have a good game here, because if he does not, doesn't look like the easiest Pango game of all time.
That's fair. And, you know, oftentimes this Team Liquid lineup revolves around Nisha having a good game. Now, one other thing that I'm really stoked about, and I'm curious your opinion on, will we see them hitch a ride? Is hitch a ride going to come out in this game? It's actually, I feel like it's a lot better now that it adds the Stampede stuff onto both of them.
I think Collapse has done that build, one of the few players that have actually went for that. Yeah. Maybe they will. I can't say for certain. Every time I see it, it's only good if you're saving someone from something. So maybe if you get doomed, you hitch a ride on the TB and he just starts right-clicking in there. That could be okay. Is it going to happen? I don't know. Collapse has done it before, so get your copium tanks ready. It might happen.
I'm excited. That would be sick. Here's the big thing. You can do that, and then you can hitch a ride on Batrider after he lassos somebody, pull him around. Let's go. No, that's craziness. Well, game number 1, Liquid facing off against Team Spirit. A matchup of 2 of the top teams in top 4 right now out of Group B, seeing who it is that's going to be able to take that top spot. Still looking most likely like Liquid, but if Spirit can get a win here, who knows? Anything could happen. Let's get into it, though.
Yep, sounds good. I think big things to look at for this game, in my opinion, are going to be... I'm more worried about Team Liquid's early game. Like, their lineup looks good going into late game. However, you do have the superior late game hero in Yatoro, but if Zai gets a lot of farm, we've seen what this Doom can do with that net worth. So that will be scary. And for Nisha as well. Can he beat the Batrider mid, or at least come out even to make plays on the map here? I feel like Liquid has the harder to execute draft in this game.
And it's interesting too for me, because I feel like you're saying that you're sort of concerned about, is it just the lanes in general that you're sort of worried about? Hold on, I might need to hold that thought. They caught him. Mickey. Do they have detection? They don't have detection.
Oh, they do.
Now they have detection. And trying to get away, trying to walk at it. He gets out. He's able to escape, and now instead it's Maposhka who's getting burned down. Burn, baby, burn.
Tango.
Almost dead. Oh, 9, 10 HP away, and now is Zion too far? Who's to say? Who's to know? Another round of shards. This time they catch Zai. Mira's dropping low. Fairy fire. Who's gonna die first? It's gonna be Zai. Laurel gets first blood. Boxy takes down Mira afterwards, and just mayhem. A lot of damage dealt, but only 2 kills in the end.
We were worried about this mid lane matchup, how Nisha can perform. Give Laurel first blood. You got an extra layer of worry to add there. So good luck to Nisha here. And to answer your question, is it just the lanes I'm worried about? No, I am worried about the scaling. TA versus Terrorblade is not a good matchup, but you got the Doom X factor. Never count this guy out. So it comes down to, will Zai have a good game? If Zai can have a decent game, I'm pretty confident in Liquid's late game, because Doom has just seemed like that hero so far of this tournament. But if you get farm on this hero, it's pretty ridiculous.
Well, We'll see if he does have a good start. There's been so much emphasis, I think, by Liquid across this tournament on making sure that their lanes go well. So I would anticipate a similar type of thing happening in this one. As we see up top, they're able to secure the range creep. Mira pulls this one over, and they're probably going to get a range deny too, unless Insania can come on in and snipe that, which he won't be able to. So already off to a good start up top here by Team Spirit.
Yeah, and this bot lane for Team Spirit shouldn't be too hard for Zai because Terrorblade Tusk, it's not the most threatening lane of all time. The Tusk will have its advantages later on in the game, but his laning with a Terrorblade, maybe they'll find some kills with Metamorphosis, but they're probably not going to threaten the CS department.
It is interesting also seeing Maposhka play on a Tusk. I want to look up like the last time this guy played this hero, but it feels like it would have been a really long time ago. I almost always see him play Banes, other things like that. Actually getting in and playing a Brawler is a little bit strange. Zai gets some good damage there onto Yadro, forces him back a bit.
Not bad, not bad. And they're going to have a big double wave in. Oh, yeah, Natoro popped his meta. I didn't see that there. So they could have an opportunity to go in here onto Zai with no Scorched Earth. But Zai, he's looking for a creep. What did they find here? A tornado? That one's annoying.
Yeah. It's a little bit for sure.
Maybe cast it under the tower here. But Maposhka wants to cancel it. He's saving a point.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. I was wrong, actually. Maposhka has done a couple of different games on Tusk. He was even playing it recently. So it looks like this has been a sort of addition that they've added for DreamLeague to his hero pool and been liking it a little bit more.
Well, sounds good. And collapse in the top lane. We talked about this Rubik Centaur lane just being such a old school lane, but still good. It's like old but gold scenario here. Getting crushed up here. 17-5 to 8-1 with a death. It's not looking good for Mickey in this top lane.
Yeah, misses a couple of creeps there too, and already level 3 for Centaur, has some mangoes, has his Ring of Health, has the Rings of Protection. If they want to go on anybody, it's got to be Mira, and that even is not super easy to do. While Maposhka trading against Boxy down bottom here. Gets the bounty rune, forces him away. Maposhka.
It's dead.
Yep, just gonna drop. But does buy a little bit of space where it's, you know, Yadaro gonna still get some decent farm, it looks like, against Zai. They're about on even.
Getting there, but Insania, he does have the big creep. 2 points and then Enchant. Centaur is online. Luckily, Collapse is quite tanky, so he'll regen a lot, but this is a lot of damage.
Stomp. Backs away. And needs to wait. With this Tango going, should keep him pretty survivable, most likely, as they're still trying to mess around. Mickey getting what he needs early on. Laurel gonna get rotated on in the mid lane. They find him. Good damage out. Has a Fairy Fire. Has Stick. Tries to back away and will be able to. So with that rotation in towards mid from Boxy, sets up Nisha to have a slightly better time.
Yeah, and it denies the bounty runes as well from him, so he has to go back, or the water runes, I'm sorry. So little things add up quite quickly here, as Nisha will get this full wave of experience that Lara won't have, which means he might hit level 6 first, with a rotation again from the Hoodwink could amount to something.
Speaking of Hoodwink, finds Zai and Maposhka down bottom. Snowball keeps him away, and that's actually going to be a kill.
That was very ambitious from Liquid there. Once you see that meta popped or TB's coming and Snowball's available, you got to run if you're Liquid there. So the early game going quite well here for the side of Team Liquid here. I mean, Zai is farming, but that death does hurt him a bit as he was close to that mana boots. He'll have it when he respawns, but Wraithband mana boots online. But Yatoro not having a bad game himself. He's quite happy here.
And I guess that's because you were anticipating that this was going to go so much worse for Liquid early on. Or maybe not so much worse, but it was going to go worse. And the fact that they're not sort of losing out a ton and Spirit's only got like a slight lead, that's why it's okay. That makes sense. Zai, yeah, still farming, getting what he needs. Mickey dropping real low up top, but did have stick charges, keeping him alive and well.
I'm going to put a lot of eyes on what's going to happen at the 6-minute rune here.
See? Can't really do that much more. 6-minute rune. Yeah, who is it that's going to find it? Still
but
sticking
Yotaro
around
bottom.
here.
Looks like he's just gonna die down here.
Yeah, it doesn't really have that much else to do, so will be brought down. And Laurel makes the move over, and the rune is going to spawn up top. It's a regen. Mira has it in his sights, and it looks like that should be pretty free. Oh, Nisha thought about going. That's a little crazy.
Maybe if he applied the... Never mind, he doesn't have an Orb of Venom at all, so wouldn't apply nothing there. However, does get the regen rune. Not the best rune for Laurel here. He definitely wants more of like that haste illusion rune to kind of scrap and do some battles here, but it'll help nonetheless.
Still, top CS so far. Ooh, Yadaro cuts down that tree just in time. Falling Blade making the move that he needs. That was important because Zai can do a ton of damage. Having that ice armor comfortable going under tower, but they find him.
All right, so here, is this good or bad, right? I have my own ways of thinking about this, but Boxy has the same net worth as Mickey, which does sound bad, of course, but Boxy's also incredibly farmed, so there's a plus and a minus here.
Well, if they start losing hero after hero and Zai goes down also, I think it's not feeling great for old Liquid. Stun connects, breaking it from Nisha. And Maposhka, no more shards. Boxy's still chasing, and there's going to be a bushwhack. Okay, Nisha doing the damage on a Maposhka. Gets killed
No
off.
snowball save there. But Boxy has how many stickies? 3? Alright, Nisha's gonna zone him out there, protecting his teammate. But he's all alone. I think if you bring one more hero, perhaps maybe you can continue there, but Mira, he's just taking that glorious EXP in the mid lane.
He's really having a good time on this Rubik. Not as farmed as Boxy, obviously.
Yeah,
but
Boxy's having an amazing time.
Dude, if they kill Mickey right now, he's on a ward.
Oh no, not like this.
Yeah. Actually, it's exactly like this. Stampede even going to be used. They don't have detection. They don't have detection, but they know where he's at. Farming up creeps while farming up heroes. Mickey will burn to death. And Boxy gets the counter kill, though, on the other side of the map.
All right. Yeah, it looks like he popped meta to try and kill Zai there, but Nisha and Boxy, they're waiting. A bit jebaited there. Yotaro maybe shouldn't be playing that aggressively when his teams are making a play on the other side of the map there. Turns that out into a fairly even trade, but still a little bit ahead in the net worth on the Terrorblade. But this TA is having a really rough time.
Yeah, TA.
Top lane, Lasso is being
up.
committed.
Sania going to die to Laurel. And a Bat Rider off to this type of a hot start with bots almost done at 9 minutes. Could spell disaster around the map, depending upon how these things go. Well, Yadaro just going to try and play catch-up. Both the Terrorblade and the TA have tons of catch-up potential in the jungle. The downside, though, is that there isn't that hero, I feel like, on Liquid that tries to punish aggressively in the same way that Bat is.
Maybe Nisha with his Diffusal Blade can do it, but he needs to finish that item first. He is the most farmed hero in the game, though, so he is having a good laning stage. And they're going on Nisha. He has a Rolling Thunder.
Decide to make the move and realize that is not going to work. They haven't been able to get this D-ward on this deep jungle observer place down either. So they're going to continue to see Mickey up top side. And if they want to make another dive at him, Lasso back up in a minute, that could be the moment, or they could wait a little bit later.
Yeah, this kill on mid looks a little tough, but they're trying to go for it. I think just Rolling Thunder.
Okay.
They stole it.
And Shards block off really well played. Probably didn't need the Stampede, but nonetheless, it is a solid pickoff.
Yeah, let's do a quick update on the offlaners, I think, because I think they're going to be pretty important for this game. Collapse, he has Hood and Vanguard now. Sometimes you just go for one of them into the dagger, but he goes both. This is one tanky boy. I feel like they have to bring 5 heroes to kill him at this point. And in the offlane, we got Zai not going for the Midas build, also going for Vanguard into the Mana Boots. So he's not going to have the same explosive farming speed that we often see from these Dooms. Mainly because he's playing offlane and not carry here. But we oftentimes do see these Doom offlanes by Midas too, right? Kind of fits the hero. So we'll see how this pays off for them without having this Midas on the Doom.
maybe feeling like the tempo is going to be pushed that much more quickly on Team Spirit and that he has to get these items earlier. But like you said, that is going to sort of stymie his late game potential. And, well, we'll have to see how it goes. Putting a lot of eggs in Mickey's basket, who has been very heavily hurt in this one.
That's exactly what I'm worried about, right? Like, do you want to put the eggs in the Mickey basket right now, or do you want to be like, all right, Mickey, I've got a free game, let me carry you, as he will get jumped on.
Poshka does not have Walrus Punch, but the roll through from Mira, that is huge! Rolling Thunder doing damage, but they don't have enough as everybody rotated. And now, Diffusal Blade onto Laurel, he's in trouble. Shards blocks off the Rolling Thunder, doesn't matter. Kill off Maposhka and the bat. And they didn't even have to use Doom because guess what? Zai didn't skill it.
Yep. That's true enough there. And
now he
that
has
was a great sharpshooter by Boxy there. Making that a double kill instead. And here comes the Doom. Do you have the damage to bring this man down? You do. He's tanky, but not that tanky.
Yeah.
He has no
get
armor
the Stampede
items.
off in time.
Like, he's regening.
Kills
nice
it
try.
now. And they give that one to Mickey. Much needed.
Those series events that just happened were so good for Liquid. You saw Team Spirit, they popped the meta, they kept max distance, they wanted to bait Liquid into coming into that fight because they didn't commit. However, because they didn't commit, they didn't get a kill. But they also didn't successfully retreat either, so they lost heroes there. So that was a play that didn't have the effect they wanted to, and then on the top lane, without using that Doom, they rebuttal and just kill the Centaur right away. So taking care of multiple threats in just a couple minutes here, giving them a net worth advantage.
Yeah, and of course Collapse, you know, he felt safe up top because they showed everybody down bottom, but then when you brought numbers and they had that Doom ready to go, both the hero and the ability, it was a pretty easy bring down. Zai trying to queue into the Greaves while Mickey eyes up that giant juicy stack of Ancients and Hard Camps. This has not been addressed.
Is Doom the only hero in Dota that has a spell just named after him?
I think so. I mean, I feel like the old Slardar was close to it with just the,
yeah,
Crush or whatever it was.
He was just a simple man. I don't know if they named anything after him. Like, his name is Doom, and he has an ability just called Doom. I don't think any other hero has that.
It's a nice little slice of life. Keep things simple. He's one of the earlier Dota heroes created, right?
Yeah, he's definitely old school.
Zai waiting nearby with Nisha. They end up sealing Swashbuckle this time and doesn't have any more left on the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, they're going to keep pressuring. They have the Centaur creep here. I think Zai's build is meant to skirmish. He has a mech now entirely. So not even going for this, I'm going to own you in the late game with some double BKB, Ags, these type of items. Just building auras for the team. So getting Dooms off is going to be much more difficult, I feel, for him. He's also got the ice armor, which in a way could be considered an aura if you put on everyone. It's going to limit the damage from Terrorblade a lot. Maybe going into Crimson after.
Boxy not quite able to connect there with that Bushwhack.
Oh,
Went
they're
into
going
one
in.
area and the storm!
Oh!
Three! Holy moly! That was huge! Nisha now tries to get the Rolling Thunder to get away. They got the Doom onto Tusk. Nisha will manage to get some separation and gets out of there. That collapse stomp was enormous, and it's going to enable them to take this tier 1 tower mid.
I was like, what are they doing? Why is Laurel running in there? Big Boy collapses there with the freshly picked up Blink Dagger into the triple hoof stomp there. That was just what the doctor ordered right there for Team Spirit. Collapse showing up big. He's been farming a lot this game, but the moment he gets his Blink, he comes online, makes huge plays.
God, that was, yeah, that's what they're looking for. And, you know, as much as you're going for this sort of Aura bot build for Zai that's allowing him to skirmish early and all the rest of it, that's something that you're sort of lacking until you get a hoof stomp of your own, which he is eventually going to get. Laurel chasing Poposhka there. Gets the slowdown and want to try and get this kill without lasso available to him, and I think that they're going to do it. Holding on, chasing, finding the finish. Zai gets burned to death.
as much as like it feels silly to say because Liquid is such a dominant team, this is definitely one of those games where I'm not seeing the vision. Oftentimes where I see their drafts like, wow, this is genius, or this looks really good, or potentially maybe they just outplay people more than anything, but I think their drafting has always been on point. I'm not seeing what the timing of this draft is. It comes down to mainly the Pango for me. The TA made some sense. The Pango's not playing poorly either. The Pango's playing really good. It's just the build on Doom, I think I'm not convinced on. I feel like going this Aura bot build is really going to slow down what I believe is their potential to win this game here. I feel like Zai has to get really farmed and buy the game-winning items here. I don't know if Aura bot's going to cut it in a game like this.
Well, it certainly has not gone completely the way that they want on Team Liquid, but you are still getting a very farmed Mickey. Has the Desolator completed. Granted, you're playing against a Terrorblade. When I say he's actually very farmed, I guess that he's the
the
lowest
least farmed
of the
core
course.
in the game.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, okay, maybe not. Maybe he's not.
But they're not far off. Most of these cores are pretty close to each other. The
True.
real breadwinner is, I think, the top 3 right now.
Yeah.
Like, the Pango's really farmed, the Doom's farmed, but Doom's buying auras. And when you buy auras, you're basically telling your team to carry you. And you're not saying, I'm going to carry you. It's like, I'm giving you these items to help your net worth to accelerate it. But Mickey's too far behind. And Mickey is also in a situation where he's not in a matchup where he's going to win in a man fight against the Batrider, against the Terrorblade. However, the X factor is Zai. He does realize he needs a dagger now. He's going into it. I think he may have... I saw he had a buckler. Did he sell that?
No, it's the Greaves, right?
Oh, the Greaves. Okay, I thought he was going for another one for the Crimson here, but... No, okay, so just going for the Greaves there. I'm glad to see he's just finishing there, now going into potentially the BKB, the Blink Dagger, maybe the Ags, maybe a Refresher, because those are the items I feel like Liquid will need going into the late game. And he'll probably get there as well. It is Doom after all.
Collapse. Looking at that Doom, a tasty treat for himself and Laurel to snack upon, and the Stampede out finds the kill. Easy finish there. A Stomp comes out, connects onto the TB, but then the Shard's blocking off that Rolling Thunder. Second or third time that we've seen that. Leposhka has been playing such good Dota, and Boxy, oh buddy.
A little bit of a rare misplay by Collapse there. Just a little misposition with the blink there. DD on the Terrorblade though.
Zania. He's going to be left behind by the rest of his team.
3 hits.
And Stomp connects again. Up on the high ground, they find Nisha. Did not have vision of that one, I don't believe. Was just a blind jump, and, well, he hit it perfectly. They take down Nisha.
Oh,
they
Mickey's
take
in.
down Boxy, and Mickey, he's also gone. 4 dead. I mean, Tower or Roche, take your pick. They are all over this game right now on Team Spirit.
I would pick just farm everything, personally.
Okay, fair.
Because right now, you're not going to do Roche. You don't want to hit a tier 2 either, because they're going to respawn soon. But what you can do is take back the net worth advantage, which they never had. Mainly because of the Doom, right?
Yeah.
However, they do have it now. After those kills, Laurel's going to push out bottom. You're going to send all your illusions into the top lane, push that out. Now you're stuck in your base as Team Liquid. And you have to find a way to get out here. Whereas you're just going to keep farming backward as Spirit and just be wary of the smoke that may come from Liquid because they are turtled into their base.
Well,
or just reap the spoils and farm everything. Choice is yours.
It's true. Well, the thing I think is, super interesting about this game too is that we spent so much time theory crafting about how they were going to deal with this Doom threat. And while he is still one of the top norths in the game, it really, besides that kill on a Collapse, we haven't felt his impact all that much. And from a lot of Liquid, it feels like it's sort of that holding position, waiting for these items to come online. They're going to have an Aghanim Scepter pretty soon here. It's done on Nisha. And maybe a chance there that you can make some solid plays, but it's definitely not easy. Boxy looking for a pickoff, runs into Maposhka, but
there's a sentry down.
Snowball already ready. Zai walks forward, gets the Doom on a Collapse. This could look okay for them, but, well, stolen Doom, never mind. Now it's a little bit dangerous. Bounces back, Laurel, that's his BKB, gonna pull in that Rolling Thunder. Zai gets the stomp onto Mira. The control is still there, he doesn't get Doom off. Okay, but now Yataro's shown up. Insania has to run away from this. as he is going to get bullied and killed. With 2 dead, a lot of abilities used. Metamorphosis still active.
Pretty big they killed Mira there without getting that Doom off. If he could have held on to that Doom for this push share, that would have been devastating, but they used meta here. They used roll.
Stomp. Collapse finds him. Yadro. Zai jumps, gets another stomp. Connection. Mickey, they're tearing him to pieces. The runaway, he doesn't have mana. Oh, he needs to sunder, but it's not quite there. Still living, 70 HP. Who's got mana boots? Give this man his mana. There is nothing for them. And Collapse going to die. Miposhka goes for the TP out, won't manage to complete it. As Yadro just running away. That Bassi, not quite giving him enough. We'll finally get it there as he TPs out. Jeez.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, going for that push there seems a little ambitious. Sure, you have meta up, but you're not unkillable on Terrorblade. Sure, they don't have Doom, they don't have Rolling Thunder, but they don't need it to fight there. You're down a hero, you have no BKB, you have no Lasso there. I really like the decision by Liquid to punish that.
And Boxy, wanting to go for the pickoff, finds him right away. In the mid lane, Mira Force Staff tries to get out, trying to dodge, able to sidestep away from that jump. Rather from the ulti coming from Boxy.
So as you were saying, you didn't see the impact from the Doom yet, but all it's taken was a Centaur War Stomp and a Blink Dagger. And now the impact is there. So I think it's still valid to say that this timing and what we're waiting for is quite reliant on the items we were mentioning. I believe the auras he went for, they helped him in the laning stage a little bit. It's not the easiest opponent to go against the Terrorblade. However, I feel like Mickey just had too poor of a start to really utilize the auras as a whole.
Yeah, that's fair. And now Mickey is sort of back online again. It sets them up for a pretty strong mid to semi-late game here. Miposhka, he's getting towards a Blink Dagger. McKay heads back towards top. They get a Lincoln Sphere fully completed on Terrorblade, so opting to go for that instead of a Scotty or anything else.
You're playing versus Doom, you feel like you need to buy Lincolns, but at the same time, his biggest opponent right now, of course, is the Doom, but it's going to be the Pango.
Yeah.
This is the reason why they picked the Pango. They wanted to deal with this Terrorblade timing. It's online now. He has Blink, Ags, Diffusal Blade. He farmed.
The Blink Dagger used by Collapse still has Stampede ready. McKay.
And they TP out. Oh, they're TPing to go for Boxy.
Okay. Tries to hide away. Mira finds him. Now the lift pullback. Boxy. Oh my
He's
god.
out.
Oh my god. This little squirrel. This little squirrel. The chase. Yeah, he gets out of trouble.
Yeah, there's no Scotty or anything to slow him down from the Terrorblade, so if he doesn't die in one stun, he's just gonna scurry on out of there.
Well, in the meantime, Collapse, has been his next itemization? I thought he had more gold than this. Does, I think, have a Sange on the way? Yeah. So he's got Heaven's Halberd almost completed.
Good item this game. First TA.
Yeah.
It should be quite good here. I think for the most part, this game is going to be a lot on Laurel and who he can find in the lasso. I honestly think this TA is the least important hero to focus down at this point. I think if you can get Nisha, that's a dream. Zai is also an amazing target.
Before Doom comes out.
Yeah, before Doom, ideally. But then Zai's going to get him instead.
Yeah, he does have Firefly, though, so stampeding to get out of trouble. Lincoln's down on Terrorblade. They back away, roll in, Nisha there. Batrider still living, ready for the counter initiation. Can he get Sunder off? Can he get anything off? Jumps on in, the Sunder is there. Staying alive for second round, and then the snowball for the runaway. Collapse. Oh, he got his blink broken, but gets it on the second round, and the shards blocking off the roll to come through.
Mira's still rolling Thunder here.
Has to get out of trouble. They bring down Boxy. Look for more. Yadro. He almost dies to Nisha, but he gets away on nothing.
What a miracle for Team Spirit there. Holy shit. Barely gets the Thunder off. That snowball is what bought him time to save him. And Zai had the number of Laurel that entire fight, just forcing him out of the fight there. I talked about they need to get the initiation on Laurel. Zai realizes it, jumps him immediately. I don't even know how he's able to jump a bat first without him getting BKB off, but it happened. Zai really made that fight something what I thought Liquid would run over that fight with, but unfortunately for them, they were just there too quickly from Poshka with the snowball save.
Well, there's that good ward, which is just now expiring from Insania by the secret shop, which scouted all of that. It's disappeared now. But, I mean, it goes back to kind of the point that we talked about before, right? They don't have this hero as the stomp is going to come out onto Mira. And does he get out of trouble? No, he's going to die. They have this issue of not being able to keep heroes stuck in the area if Stampede comes out. And something that, you know, is going to continue to be a problem for them. But it's a 7k gold lead for Liquid. These cores are very farmed. They've got the Doom. They're doing what they need to do.
I mean, what the hell is wrong with this Doom hero? It's like no impact, buys a Blink Dagger, gets a Centaur creep. Now he just has like the most impact in the game. Wow. It's pretty insane. They'll make a trade here, but... Oh, they got meta to be forced, though.
Yeah, they wanted to take that fight and thought it was going to go better. Does not happen. Roll goes out. Nisha jumps forward, finds 2. Laurel, BKB ready, lasso in 4. But Collapse, he's in trouble. Collapse, not dead yet, but does finally go down. And there we go. Lasso onto Nisha with meta, the last remnants of it sticking around. Mickey does manage to get the BKB TP out of there. Boxy gonna be chased for a little bit by Laurel. Does have the flame break, but does a little whiff as Boxy was able to cut him the other way. And, well, Bushwhack, not bad at all to get Boxy out of trouble. 4 stacks on him, but will be able to escape on the squirrel.
Was it me, or is stolen Bushwhack from Rubik look a lot wider? Like, it looks like it's a bigger AoE. I saw that flying and that looked funny.
Rubik is just dumb. I don't get it. It's just a dumb hero.
Like, I'm not even talking about casting, but the physical net just looked bigger.
Yeah.
I'll have to keep an eye on that one. That's super important, of course.
Laurel, no BKB. No lasso. 4 staff. Yadaro keeps him back. Poshka in on Mickey. Snowballs over to the creeps. Zai finds Mira. Going to control and kill him off. So, Spirit losing another hero after they got the kill on Denisha. Liquid still ready to run in. With no BKBs, it's pretty easy for him.
I figured it out.
What
the
is
net,
it?
as it goes out, it expands. So the longer cast range you have, the more it expands.
Got it. Stampede. Zai, BKB, collapse. Oh my god, dude. He just beat him to death. Maposhka with the snowball save, though. Blink out, collapse, tries to get away.
Oh, he got out.
What?
He got out.
He gets the blink away. I thought that damage was going to be enough. Zai still waiting, ready to jump in, and has been holding Doom this entire time. They don't have lasso for 7. God, he wants Octarine Core so bad on Batrider.
I would too. Playing any hero. That's a fun item.
Yeah.
I mean, Zai is showing a different approach to playing this hero. Normally we see the Octarine Core on the Doom as well, right? But it looks like he wants to go straight into the Shiva's Guard. Makes a lot of sense. You want to mitigate the damage from the Terror Blade, get some extra armor on yourself. Octarine Core, as fun as the item is, gives you some cast range, gives you a bit more cooldown reduction. All your spells with Doom. Octarine Core is OP on Doom. Every single one of your spells benefits from it. Even the War Stomp from the Centaur. You want to combine it with a Shard at some point for nearly Chain Stun, which is another reason why this hero is kind of OP. You have like unlimited damage, BKB, piercing, mute. You have close to Chain Stun, scaling damage. What does this hero not have, honestly?
Well, and particularly when you compare it to the Centaur, right? Like Stampede, obviously an amazing spell, but we're seeing Collapse after his immaculate start to this game has really fallen off in a lot of ways. But they are going to get a battle going on down bottom while simultaneously... oh no, it's not a battle. It's just up top where they're going for him. Find Boxy, get the connection. Zai.
Oh, they went in. He doesn't know who to do.
Zai, he's in trouble. Yadaro just beats into him continuously. The Doom onto Bat. Yadaro, oh, is he going to fall? Doesn't get a chance to get the Sunder off. And Batrider being chased down by Mickey. They find him with the traps, get the finish. Oh no. For Spirit, it is all falling apart here.
We're starting to see why they picked the Pango now. It is dealing wonderfully against this TB right now. And Yatoro is he's made the executive decision that BKB won't help him here. So he's not going to be going that item, but he got nearly chain stunned by Nisha there. Might want to reconsider that one, I think. But he also needs to damage too, because there's a lot of things that BKB won't help you against as well. It's not going to help you versus the Doom a ton. It's not going to help you versus the TA. And a lot of Tango's damage is physical as well. So it's a hard call to make, but seeing how that fight just went, he might need one.
Yeah, I feel like it's just a case of just needing more and more net worth too, and not having the farm for it. And I kind of am seeing the same thing again from Collapse, like wanting to build into these items to help out the rest of the team, and just feeling. I mean,
well, you see what he has queued up, right? Oh, dang, he removed it. The cart was a dream.
That was all
that has
a
been
dream.
ruined. Yeah,
sad. Oh, he can disassemble Vanguard though, so he'll get the Lotus at least that much more quickly.
He basically should have it very soon.
Yeah.
Which does that to me? I don't feel like that item does a lot. Like you can reflect the Doom back onto Zai, I suppose.
Yeah,
that's about it.
It's true.
You're still gonna get the Doom off, which I think is mainly the purpose for Zai in this game.
Maybe.
So not really the game-winning item I'm looking for here for Spirit.
Maybe if you get the Lotus onto Yatoro, then you can reflect and block it with Lincolns. There you go. Dream. He just dooms himself, nothing else.
That would be super embarrassing for Zai.
You're not wrong.
That's like his team fight contribution is just dooming himself, not even an enemy.
Well,
we'll see if that one happens.
We will see. It feels somewhat unlikely. Smoke up now. Zai, Insania. They immediately find him. Yep, underneath the ward. Catches. In trouble. Stampede to get away. And blink back up in a sec. Collapse. Where is he going to go? And he's out.
Yep, just out of range of Swashbuckle. Nisha does have a basher though, so if that would have connected, there's a dream to stop that. But Stampede is down. They committed absolutely nothing from Liquid, so time to sweep across the map here with the Aegis on the TA. Time to hunt.
Trap hits on a Maposhka. Has that gem. Looking for him.
Oh, you got it.
Finding him. Force staff Maposhka. Snowball. Up to the high side. Gonna need to jump away after. Maposhka tries to TP out. Zai says, no. I am Doom. We'll take your gem. Wait, who took it? Wait, where's the gem? Oh, did he pass it over to Rubik? Oh, what a sick play. The Force staff passed the gem to Mira. Nicely done.
There you go.
It's not great when the highlight is that you died but you didn't lose the gem. You know what I mean?
Not usually, no. There can be better highlights for you. I think they're still searching for that. As I still believe Laurel has to be the initiator for his team here. They have to drag a hero into this Terrorblade as he's right-clicking with Metamorphosis. BKB is online, he heard me, so just went for the Chrysalis instead. Some small damage. BKB's up. Gonna go into the Daedalus. I still think this Terrorblade is going to be a very strong hero in this game and hard to deal with, but he needs the magic immunity really badly. Nisha's controlling him too much in these fights.
Well, that is at least an answer for them. As the Lincolns reveals itself in the mid lane, they're going to try and push this one out a little bit. Terrorblade was casting that Lincolns onto his illusions, maybe trying to bait out some play from Liquid. They also have a Lotus, or not, excuse me, not a Lotus, a, whatchamacallit, Aeon Disc ready to be assembled for Nisha. So that even becomes a more difficult play for them to make now, trying to get the lasso onto him at the start of these fights. But maybe with the BKB, it won't matter.
Yeah, it's just if he gets lassoed, right, he's just gonna assemble that and he'll be totally fine. So that takes away a play option from Spirit. So really good call by Nisha here to make that item. And Tusk just dies. Shard TA.
Stampede tries to get out of there. Broken.
Hey, he's gone.
Stomp and dead. So 2 gone, and Liquid. Well, they do find Mickey. 30 seconds left on this. It's so hard to imagine this working well.
They're just so far behind in net worth now. Liquid have honestly just been outplaying them on the map. Zai has been on point. As soon as he bought this Blink Dagger, moving across the map, perfect with the War Stomps, starting the fights, getting the Dooms off when necessary. Has the Shiva's Guard now, going into the Aghanims. Zai playing out of his mind here, and the poor Centaur, right? He had such a good early game. Everything was going well for him, but we're starting to see a tier difference in heroes itself. Like, you can get the stun off on Centaur if you want, but what else do you have? I feel like you're just a stun at this point, maybe a Stampede. And I'll take Doom over Stampede any day, and you're not on the cooldown for Zai. Even if you don't have Doom, running around with Inferno Blade and the War Stomp is all you need here as we lose the gym bottom lane for Laurel as Mickey and Nisha do connect.
Pair together to get it. Now, one thing about this. Nisha has the Aeon Disc ready to be assembled, but because of the gem, he can't keep it in his inventory. Maybe they lasso him now to get the gem back? Okay, never mind. He put the gem down. All right. Dream is dead. Mara's in trouble. Mara might be dead right here. Collapse. Ooh, never mind. Force Staff keeps him alive. All right, a chance, a dream, some hopes. They're stuck in their base.
Yeah, they are, and they do have Terrorblade, which can farm while stuck in the base a little bit, but it's not helping.
Right. Game is feeling incredibly difficult. 37 minutes. Next round of neutrals coming out, and Liquid gonna farm them up quickly. Already have a flicker for Zai.
Tower is under attack.
Do you remember that one fight mid where Laurel lassoed Doom in the mid lane and brought him to Toro to kill him?
That was a good move.
How long ago was that?
That was a while ago, man.
We need some more of that from Team Spirit if they want to get back in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, it just, I don't know what it is that's changed. I remember talking about how I wanted, like, how Laurel wanted this Octarine core, like, 7-8 minutes ago. He's still not even that close to it. He's, 1,000 or so gold. They're just getting completely cut out.
It's because Zai has been making the initiations that Laurel has not been able to find.
Yeah.
Pretty much. And I think Collapse initiating at this point isn't good enough.
Yeah. Trying to bait him now, down bottom. I don't know if Liquid are going to take that bait.
Oh, look what he has queued up though on the Centaur. Maybe the Dream's still alive.
It's a possibility. To be honest with you though, the problem I feel like has not been trying to save Terrorblade. The problem has been getting Terrorblade to do damage.
Right. Well, every little thing can help, and I do agree. It's not going to be an item problem. And it's going to be, all right, for an inch, really.
They did it. That's what you wanted, right? That's you asked for,
I said I said I wanted it on Doom or I wanted it on Pango. At this point, TA is good as well, but that's meta and Lasso for an inch. They get the gem though. So I will say, if you're in a spot of desperation, okay.
Wait a minute. Oh! BKB! Sunder!
Oh, he didn't get
the turn! He's got him caught in the shorts, but no detection! Where's the vision? Where's that gem? You did all the work for the gem. They find him there. Mickey now starting to be in some trouble too. Terrorblade dropping low, but the snowball save and the turn. Doom is gone. It all started with the Ench. Never believe in the Ench not being dead.
Laurel bought back
tries
though.
To jump away. They will find Boxy. No way to break that TP for Nisha. The little pesky squirrel. Aeon Disc procs has another bushwhack soon, but the stomp is going to be there, and suddenly Spirit, they wait for their timing. They find the moment. They kill that Inch, and then they find more. I don't know why Liquid fought there.
It could have been good. Zai didn't react like 0.001 seconds fast enough. You can't sunder through BKB. Zai didn't press his BKB, got sundered on, then very close timing for the BKB going off and the Sunder hitting, but the Sunder hit first, and that allowed them to keep fighting there.
Oh,
He's just the biggest kill, but he still has Aeon Disc.
All right, Insania was a carry earlier today. He might be coming that right now. Although, disarmed, tries to run in. A whole mess of spells used. BKB 10 seconds away for Yadoro. He's getting his mana drained. A lower mana drain. Tries to dodge away. Oh, God, the snowball save at the last second. His BKB's back up. Pops it immediately. Gets the Sunder up onto Mickey. Finds him for the kill. Maposhka, the Tusk God. FY, look out. This is the real one. And, well, okay, as I say that, he dies. And now Sai also has Doom back off cooldown soon.
All right, I'll give him Poshka the benefit of the doubt there, but the funniest part about that was Lara was running away from a stolen illusion, right? Enchantress stole an illusion, a Terrorblade. It was chasing Lara. Lara was running away the best he could, and Poshka body blocked him a little bit and got last hit by the illusion there, but he wasn't looking at a screen, I'm sure, and that's when he made the snowball plays happen. That was pretty fun.
That was crazy. I mean, it's still a 22,000 gold lead. But they did kill Mickey without buyback. Roshan is up. You can see that little swing. You know, maybe the beginnings of something. Every waterfall begins with a little current.
Yeah.
What that
you know what else they gained here?
What's that?
They sold the boots on Yatoro and upgraded it with an Eye of Scotty. So if he was a problem before, he's definitely a big problem now. And it all started with the purchase of BKB. Now he can enter the fights. They're also getting the stuns near him, even if it's just an inch at this point. Apparently that's good enough. As long as you just lasso something and bring it to this Terrorblade, that's the piece that they've been missing of this puzzle.
Oh man, Centaur is so close to getting his acronyms. Doom also just got the Ags. Oh,
question is, what does the Centaur Ags do?
Well, you gather a hero in. It does give him basically a second Stampede, right? So he gets the Stampede buff while he's pulling him in. It's not a huge range, which is one slight issue. So if the Doom AoE comes out, he might not be able to save in time, but smoke on smoke, collapse. He hasn't revealed the hitcher ride yet, jumps in, finds him immediately. Zai, he's dooming nobody, he's dooming Mira. Not sure if that's enough. The turn to fight, the Terrorblade, very strong, very, very strong. Yatoro surviving, he's hitching a ride. Look at him, he's so strong, he's so in control. All right, he's dead. Collapse is gone, and now Yatoro, snowball save for the moment, still under control. No more BKB, gets disarmed. Didn't have another Sunder available, and that might just do it as Liquid ready to run down some lanes here. No buyback on anybody.
That would have been great if the Centaur just didn't die like 2 seconds after the hitcher ride. I don't think they needed to use it. I think it was used a little. I see the idea of how it can be good. The Terrorblade has to be the one getting focused though, but he was pretty healthy. Used the Sunder while in the hitcher ride form. Yeah, so many things could have went better for Team Spirit there. I think they're going to look back at potentially this replay if this game does end now and be like, there's so many small little things we could have done better in that one particular fight right there. Whereas Liquid looked pretty good. Zai, he doomed himself with the Ags, just went in, was a big body there, they focused him down. Things are looking okay for Spirit, but just the whole hitcher ride situation where they wasted the Sunder inside the hitcher ride, the Centaur got killed as well. It's rough, and maybe your base is just gone now.
And I think the game just might be over as they will focus down the Ancient. 1 second, Laurel back up. They don't have a glyph. And Maposhka tries to get the control. The stomp is there. They can't hitch a ride on the Ancient, sadly, to keep them at bay. As they focus down these buildings, GG is called. Liquid take game number 1 in a pretty fabulous fashion.
Yeah, for sure. Their early game looked terrible. I haven't seen Mickey have this bad of a laning stage, maybe ever. It's been a very long time, if that is the case as so. And mid lane, Lara was off to maybe not a dream start, but close to it, having the early boots of travel. They're making all the rotations on the map, but it felt like there was just a switch that clicked with Liquid. I believe it was that one moment where they decided, where they stole the Doom, right, in the dire jungle there. Mira died without getting off. They decided to push that tier 2. And then they lost heroes there. From there, Zai got his Blink Dagger, started moving around the map, made perfect initiations, and Liquid just outmaneuvered them and outplayed them here. Really showed like why they're a tier 1 team here. Their communication, their shot calling, just seems to be on a different level.
Well, an impressive showing, definitely, for Liquid, and as you said, on a different level, feels very comparable, for me at least, for this Team Liquid team, who I think now moved to 10-1. They have completely been owning everybody, and the only match that they lost was actually against Talon, interestingly enough. So we'll see if they can sort of continue this spree into game number 2, or if Spirit are going to be able to be the second team to really challenge them. Let's head to the break, though, and we'll be back in just a few. Oh, Sorry.
Hello.
Bye.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
And welcome back, you people out there looking for some Dota 2 action. We got Team Spirit facing off against Team Liquid Fear. My mouth was not working for a second, but now it is. It was fumbling over everything that was happening. You ready for game number 2? I mean, Liquid, they were looking a little bit shaky at the beginning. Team Spirit tested it, but then late game they pulled it together.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid right now look like a team that deserve to be in the spot that they are on the leaderboard. Everyone going into tournaments since the Lima Major put them as their number one. Unfortunate circumstances happened at the Lima Major with them losing Boxy there and having to get a stand-in, so who knows what their potential could have been. But the big reason for their success, I think, is their teamwork, their shot calling, and their coordination just look on a different level there. Team Spirit, a lot of unfortunate things happened there. We did finally get confirmation of Yatoro ended up sundering his centaur instead of an enemy there in that last fight there, which kind of made things a little bit wacky there. Very unfortunate circumstance. Lauro couldn't find many initiations that game as well. I feel like if you swap sides and Team Liquid was playing Spirit's Draft with that start, it would have been a totally different game. But that's just credit to how good Team Liquid is doing right now and how well they're just performing as a whole.
I agree. I think that that's something to watch for, that this team has looked special, been special, and been performing at the highest levels. And even in these games where it's like, what are they doing? What's going on? What's the choices here? What's happening? there's sort of this understanding that if it gets to a certain point, Doom is going to carry. Doom is going to be able to take over the game in the similar way that we've seen him play, even if he doesn't go for the Midas, because whatever, this hero's just busted. It's fine. Interestingly enough, it is going to be Spirit that have second pick, and they chose that because Liquid chose Radiant, which does kind of provide some interesting questions for me, at least, of are we going to see a Doom first phase out of Liquid again? Are they going to ban the Doom for Team Spirit? Do they think that they have a new answer to it? Or is it going to be that crazy thing that happens where it's just ignored for the whole draft?
Yeah, that last one's not going to happen, but
no?
I think
Okay.
the one, will
Fair.
Team Liquid take Doom first pick? Why not? Maybe if there's an IO in the pool, they won't. But between IO and Doom, I don't see why not take it. I wouldn't say this was like one of those games where you see Doom and you're like, holy shit, this is a Doom. What can you do? Like, it just had the perfect game from start to finish. Like, it didn't have the best laning stage. You countered it with 5 heroes. You still lost to it. Please ban it. Don't play against us. Like, this hero's kind of insane right now. Just, no matter what build you go, as long as you at some point do the thing that Doom does. You buy a Blink, you use your Inferno Blade, you have a Centaur creep on the map. As long as the Centaur creep spawns on the map, you can't play against this hero, it feels like.
Well, that does lead me to my next question, though, which is, what about if you let the IO through and you let the Doom through? Because there's only been one game where people have tried to run the Doom against the IO of Liquid, and that was the OG match, where OG ran Doom Disruptor, pairing up against the Leshrac IO. Do you think that's too scary to give Liquid IO?
I would 100% take the IO, because then you get the Doom, right? But then you get the IO Leshrac, which IO is good versus Doom, Leshrac's good versus Doom, and that's one of the combinations that I feel like can maybe match up to the Doom right now. I think more importantly, though, for Team Spirit, they don't have any more answers, I feel like, to this Doom. Maybe they have more answers to the Doom, but we saw how much time it took them to select the heroes they did in the first phase when they saw the Doom. You don't have enough time to come up with a new response. I really don't think so.
What I'm wondering, though, is, like, obviously, yeah, Liquid want to take the IO, but I'm wondering, like, do you think as Spirit that you try that option of giving them both and then just believe in your Doom, or do you think it's too dangerous to give up that and you just ban the Doom themselves? We're in the draft, we'll find out.
Yeah, we have to definitely choose one, right? Because we're forgetting about one little creepy crawler that you don't want to let through either. That's the Broodmother, so
yeah,
they're going to get the Doom, they're going to get the IO, or they're going to get the Brood. And between those choices, honestly, Doom seems like the least threatening, so I see why Spirit's giving it away. However, maybe choosing second pick wasn't the right route for Spirit, but regardless of that, we are in the second pick scenario for Spirit. They're going to get the Brood, they're going to get the Doom, or they're going to get the IO. Spirit has to pick one of them and decide what they want to play against. Or they can just leave all three in and just have a brawl, see who's getting what. But moment of truth right now.
Doom or IO, which is it going to be?
Doom or IO.
Or something else. And then you take the Doom after Liquid take IO.
Right. And I think that route is probably one that Liquid's happy with.
Yeah.
As long as they get IO first pick,
10 seconds
I don't think they're afraid. Because IO is one of the heroes that's quite good for Doom. You have the save ability, you have the injection to heal onto a single target, you can pick the Leshrac with it, which Leshrac also doesn't care about the Doom, but Leshrac doesn't really like playing the game that much by himself, but he loves playing with the IO, so that enables that strategy against the Doom even more, so we'll see what they choose.
What about if you ban Lesh?
If you ban Lesh? I mean, that's an option. Then they're just going to take the Doom.
Oh, then they take the Doom, and then you're left with... do you think then that Spirit would want to play IO with something else?
I don't know if that something else would be, right? Like, there's mind games here.
I don't get this, right? They had so much time to talk about it, and they chose second pick. Like,
it's not enough time. I'm telling you, you need more time. One small 20-minute break or whatever it was, maybe less. It's not enough time to figure out such complex questions like this. Doom is a new hero to the meta. Teams will spend, like when I was at TI, when there's a hero that, or a combination we couldn't beat, we would spend 5 hours in one night trying to figure out how to deal with this. And only then, maybe you can figure it out.
Well, they decide to give Liquid IO. And there have been a lot of different choices of how you deal with this IO. And all of them have failed. Every single one.
So if they take IO here,
5 seconds
I think my response would be Undying Leshrac.
Okay.
But that's just me, because I'm afraid of the IO Leshrac still. They don't have to other. Maybe they just feel like Spirit won't play the IO and they're going to put it in their pocket. Or they're going the Gaming Gladiators route and be like, we know this is good. We don't need to pick it. They were prepared for this, right? They were prepared for this. So they weren't prepared for their Enchantress. So maybe we're going to put them in a situation where their preparation is for nothing. And what are they going to do?
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, the one thing that they definitely could do is just take IO Lesh themselves.
They could, but that's not really a strategy that Team Spirit, I'm looking through their list here, have ever ran in the past very long time.
True.
So, yet again, you're forcing them out of their comfort zone, where, do you think Insania is out of his comfort zone playing Enchantress right now? I don't think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of mind games going on in this particular series here.
And not a lot of reserve time for Spirit. That is for damn sure. 45 seconds left.
This is like a lion playing with its prey right now. It's like, we thought, we knew you were thinking we're going to pick the IO, but guess what? We're not. We saw how much you struggled on that last ban for the Doom there, using reserve time. Now we're going to throw you another curveball, and you don't have a lot of time to think about this. So let's see what you're going to do.
I mean, it does mean also, though, that Liquid kind of give up that really strong strat that they've been running. They're not opting to do the IO Lesh and instead go for this Enchantress. It's going to be a different type of game, which I'm sure Liquid still feel very confident in. But this might be an avenue that they're not super ready for either, right? You take this Beastmaster early. There's no Doom to counter it. There is a Night Stalker still in the pool, but you probably want to save that for later. And so they're going to take the Ember.
I mean, I think it's a bit of a stretch saying Team Liquid wouldn't be prepared for a Beastmaster opening. I think this hero's just been so popular for so time that this is just, it's Beast Mirana. Like, you see this in every pub. This is a very popular strategy, and you picked Beast into Enchantress, by the way. So there's that. You already kind of have the counter in a lot of ways to this Beastmaster. So I'm going to have to say here, Liquid's still pretty happy with this one.
That's fair. I mean, we have also seen, though, that the Beastmasters, when they go up against this Edge, have gone for these other builds of, like, you know, taking axes early, stacking up Ancients, taking them later with axes. Some even go for the Ags because they're crazy and they like to drum on Slom. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm curious to see if Team Spirit opts to, you know, play fully around this Beast. I mean, it does at least provide this other, like, threat in some capacity to Liquid, which is like, you have to deal with this Beast in some capacity. And they have some lockdown for the Emperor already.
It's definitely a confidence pick, because I 100% agree with you. Beast has multiple ways you can play this hero. That's why he's so strong. But you're picking him in a situation where you're limiting your playstyle to one of his, like, two options.
Yeah.
So it becomes predictable at that point. And heroes become better when they have more options, but also if you can play both. You can play with the Axes and the HOD. That's really, really strong here. And I think Enchantress is one of those heroes that's quite good at stopping the stacking game too. Because you want to stack with the Axe build, 100%. Enchantress, you take a creep, you go block camps, or you just run in there with that creep early on, and you can test it. It can be very strong for that. So what I do think Team Spirit have going for them right now is that Liquid did pick the Ember. This is a hero that is good versus Beast. You can keep your range, hard to roar him, get the Maelstrom online, start dealing with that Zoo just a little bit. But one of Ember's weaknesses is his laning stage. So there's a chance here that Laro can try and punish him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think, you know, I mean, what would be the main counter that you'd be looking for in there? Do you need to take it super early in the draft?
You don't usually want to. Like, the best counter against Ember most people know of is Huskar, but that's not really a hero you want to pick super early on. There's a lot of options, like Shadow Fiend is a hero that can dumpster Ember as well. That's a little more stable.
5 seconds remaining.
Necro was of old, but I think
yeah,
that
I
hero
mean,
might be
you
in
would
the dumps.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
You say it's in DK. That's another one. That one's good against Ember too.
Team Liquid's turn
You just stun
to
them every
pick.
single wave and deny every creep. Coddle. All right, we got some old school strategy going on here.
Wow.
And that just
Yeah.
means we have a support that's going to be a core, if that makes sense. We're going to have either Coddle core, Undying core, not entirely sure, or maybe your Enchantress core. There is a possibility.
I think it's Zai Coddle. I feel like we've seen him play this recently, if I'm not mistaken. I'll double check that, but I think that was something that they ran earlier. Either way, Coddle Ember is freaking terrifying.
Yeah, it used to be something that we saw all the time. Still has similar abilities, not as good as the old days, but giving him mana, giving him the slide spam, quite strong. And now you're in a situation where you have to be careful, because Coddle can be the offlaner, as you mentioned, but if you pick a strength hero here, Undying can also be that for you. So
right,
you have to like be prepared for both scenarios.
So he did play it 11 days ago, it looks like, the Coddle.
Okay.
So that is something that they've been doing recently. The last time he played Undying was in 2020. But definitely still within his wheelhouse for Zai. I'm sure that he can make whatever work needs to. One thing I am noticing is distinct lack of stuns again for Team Liquid in their lineup.
They're going to have a lot of chains, though.
Yep, that's definitely
10 seconds remaining.
We saw Nisha last game. He was all stun that team. It's actually Zai, too.
5 seconds remaining.
Doom is a stun hero. I think a lot of people have a hard time looking at Doom and realizing how much stun that hero has. Because you're like, oh yeah, it would just Stampede away, but Inferno Blade into War Stomp. That's as much stun as pretty much like as a DK stun, really. It is good lockdown. So obviously no Doom in this game, and nothing that's a similar things. But I will agree, this game even less lockdown than last game.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, PA banned out, as well as the
5 seconds remaining.
What are they going to run last for Liquid out of the carry role? They've got a couple of big tanky guys. It's like an Ursa fit the mold a little bit. Is that too little lockdown?
It could. I want to look at Mickey's heroes real quick, because he's been playing a little bit of this, a little bit of that. What does he like a bit more here? I feel like he's not really limited to picking any hard carries if he doesn't want to. He's playing some Marcy, a lot of Drow Ranger, Bloodseeker. Some of those could be Nature's Prophet.
You got NP untouched.
Nature's Prophet could be pretty good for them, I would say.
Oh, they banned the Ursa. Okay.
Yeah. I don't think Ursa's something that I see Mickey play a ton of. But Mickey is the type of player that has an enormous hero pool.
Yeah.
He, out of most carry players, is very difficult to guess what he wants to play.
10 seconds
because he has the option of a lot of mid heroes if he wants to, because he used to play mid, but also the entire carry pool as well. What would I like to see here? What are they lacking? They're lacking a little bit of objective taking. Undying helps a bit with that. Ench, their supports are pretty good with that. I think he's pretty free to do what he wants. I've seen some
really
people
good.
like Slark could be okay too. NP I like. Slark's banned, just kidding. Yeah, some of his Drows are banned too.
10 seconds remaining.
I think NP could be totally fine for them, but maybe there's a spicier pick here.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, the other hero, of course,
Coddle
the player that we're waiting to
Bristleback.
find
Oh
out.
boy.
Oh,
Bring
snap.
that one against the Beastmaster. It could work.
Maybe it could be cool.
DK's
Wouldn't mind
damage
it.
low, Beast damage is low.
Also,
Haven't seen him
should
in a while.
note, after that last game, Liquid confirmed that they are through to the next round in the upper bracket. So, congratulations to them. We'll talk to them about it in the interview if we do manage to see them in that interview. But there's a chance that we don't, because I don't know, Spirit not having to play against the big bad Doom Boy this time. It's a completely different game.
True that. And I think Liquid's having a bit of fun with this pick as well. Like, what is their team fight is lacking a little bit, maybe? No, their lineup's pretty well rounded, and they're just going to go with the NP. I think having a bit more of like building, pushing, strong in lane, bit global presence never hurts. There could have been a spicier pick if they wanted to, but this is the stable pick.
Yo, last pick Huskar, DK safe lane. Let's go.
Are we gonna go there? I'm down to go there.
5 seconds
I think that would be
remaining.
sick.
I feel like that could be one way to win this game against Liquid.
Yeah.
I feel like if you go for, you know, some Terrorblade again, I have not been impressed with people picking these ultra hard carries. Oh god, even worse. Oh god.
The blue Catman.
Well, wrap it up, boys.
So I'll say this: with everybody now building and running these like vanguards, this feels like a good hero to pick up a vanguard for the laning stage. You know?
For Yatoro?
Yeah.
What the hell is he
am I
gonna do with
crazy?
the van? Yeah, I think you're a bit crazy. I mean, I get what you're coming from, but at the same time, this hero can't afford to miss a single timing, and Vanguard does not help you farm at all. And if something happens where you get a Vanguard and you get kicked out of your lane anyway, which you definitely can do, doesn't help that much versus an Ember Spirit, or if they
10
just collapse on your lane
remaining.
and you're forced into the jungle with a Vanguard, you're pretty sad here. So
5 seconds remaining.
But
Peel
he
is
can jungle
Peel.
so well with the vanguard. You know? He can take
Yeah.
the creeps that are hitting him. Yeah.
do you know when
Yeah.
you're level 6, your Lucians can tank for you, and you don't have to take damage?
I don't believe it.
You don't believe it. All right. Anyway, I play Peel a decent amount. This hero doesn't need any Vanguard to jungle. It would be mainly just to sit in the lane, which I do like the
Yeah.
idea a lot of the time, but Peel ain't the hero to do it. If you want to do it with the Doombringer,
Okay.
I'm all for it. But Peel, even with Vanguard, you're not tanky enough to tank shit, so...
I think no matter what, we are just not going to be seeing Yatoro for a very long time.
Unfortunately.
He is going to be hanging out, farming, keeping things cool. I mean, what is it that you think they see in this draft that makes them like the PL? Like, was it just all the other carries were banned? Is it that like he can be that be all end all if it gets to late game? What did they see that made them think PL?
I think Yatoro's living in a 1v9 mentality right now.
Okay.
He's like, pick me Peel, give me 40 minutes, I'll win this game. I can dispel the Coddle spells that they're put on me, Enchantress does nothing to me, Undying is awful against my hero, and I win versus NP to some degree. I don't even know if that one's true, because you can't get an early, really fast Mjolnir on the NP against this PL. And so it comes down to, in a vacuum, if these heroes have similar net worth,
Right.
Peel will win this game, but I never see this Peel hero get similar net worth. Oftentimes becomes a burden in the game. He's just farming, the new anti-mage. Team is trying to make space. The enemy carry, this NP, do you think he's going to sit back and just farm like Peel? No, he's not. He's definitely not. So,
By the way, check out the item that Yatoro queued up.
there it is.
Oh, good old
So,
PL.
You might be a genius here.
Or I might not be.
Yeah,
it
we'll
might
see.
be a horrible
I mean,
mistake.
it's new tech. Vanguard Midas. He wants to sit in the lane. He wants to roleplay as a Doombringer this game. We'll see if it works out. The only difference is his spells compared to Doombringer, they're a slight bit different as far as potency goes in the early stages of the game. But he's going to do his best. We got Yatoro, the cosplayer, trying to make Doom happen without playing Doom.
No Doom, no good. Sad stuff. I mean, if he can get to the Vanguard, if he can get to the Midas, if he can get to the late game,
That's always
you gotta
the issue,
believe in
right?
it. Yeah. Well, but you know, I think it's worth remembering that Yatoro is a fan of anime.
Okay.
And in anime, the toughest struggles are the ones that are worth going all the way for. As well, Mira, oh no. He's gonna get Chi Stone down here. These treants run a little bit faster than him, and the move is coming over from the old Enchantress. Insania saying, Mira, how you doing? Sproink, you around? Hiding, TPing, and getting away. Alright, Mira's fine.
Okay. I'm just so curious to see. I mean, this top lane is a bit strange from Liquid as well. We got level 1 Chakra Magic here, just spamming it on then dying with the decays. Doesn't look like it's going to be a lane that pressures super hard, but I could be wrong about this. Decay spam is very annoying, but it's definitely not that strong at level 1. As Mposha's trying to drag the wave, and Laurel first blood in the mid lane.
Yo.
What?
That should not happen. He took 450 damage, 469 damage from tower.
So
Or
what
creeps,
happened is,
or both.
and he probably mis-aggroed, and then he got stunned while getting hit by the tower here, and alright, that's that. This matchup's supposed to be hard, but it's not supposed to be that hard. Good start for Laurel.
Okay. Well, 7-3 start with a first blood over 3-0. Nisha, not great. Not great. But also probably not the end of the world. The other thing is that Beastmaster seems to be doing quite well on down bottom here. Getting his CSing up, not getting that many denies against him. Insania taking some hits from Mira, has the axes. Quite be able to do enough there onto Insania though.
Nikkei can get the body blocks and collapse here. He's got time.
Does
got
have
Impetus.
more Magos. He's in trouble, but takes the long little walk around. And
Yeah, he's gone.
Tango's delivered. Gonna die. Collapse, ends up falling, and Mira has to back away from Insania because there's way too much damage coming out there.
Yep, much needed kill there. The core is farming really well, except for the PL. Apparently this level 1 Chakra Magic is doing some work here. Into getting right clicked, he's gonna have to probably doppel. No, he doesn't have to doppel. Maybe he does. Alright, he does.
That is not good for our old Yadro here. Oh, zombies? Not going to be able to do that much.
Interesting.
The spam is pretty freaking annoying for them. They'll deny the tombstone, and the PL still taking a hurt on all of this. Tries to get that magic damage out, won't quite connect onto Yadro.
Yeah, this top lane's very interesting. I wouldn't expect a level 1 Chakra Magic and Undying to be able to stomp a lane this hard, but they're just playing the lane really well. Zai's being super aggressive, right-clicking, and PL's PL. This hero is super weak in the laning stage. Can't really do much. And, of course, you have Boxy here. Once you steal a lot of strength, you have a lot of base damage. Getting a decent amount of right-clicks to deny creeps, too.
Pulls him back in there with the glimpse. While down bottom, some tips going around. They have decided they are no longer going to lane bottom, pulling the wave back behind the tower, and Collapse wanting to set up for a slightly better time, as there is definitely some strong potential for a kill up top, but Yadro so far has been able to live. Also, I believe that his courier is bringing him the Ring of Health from all the way on the other side of the map. So Yadro getting closer to that Vanguard. Dare to dream.
That's where everything changes, right?
Yeah.
No, I do think with the Vanguard, he will be able to lane longer, which is important. And I like the idea of going the Midas after, too, to pair with it, to make up for the farm you're going to lose by farming slower because you bought a Vanguard. But it has to work. He has to not get kicked out of the laning stage with this item.
Yeah. And if he does, it's going to feel very, very bad. At least now has the Ring of Health, and with, you know, the losing 12 strength I am as Nisha is getting chased down in the mid lane. Laurel still looking. I mean, Nisha's not farming these creeps underneath this tower. This is quite a tough time right now for this Ember Spirit, as Yadro chased underneath his own tower too, and going to die. Boxy gets the last touch there with the decay.
I will say though that Yatoro is incredibly happy about what's happening in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And Samira goes down, because if this Ember had a good game, this is one of the best heroes for PL in the game, right? With the sight spam, with the Maelstrom. This is going to delay the timing of the Ember a lot, which helps the PL tremendously, because PL is also having a slow start.
Right. Definitely needs that. Mira ended up going down on the bottom side. Collapse now going to be chased as Yadoro almost eats another one of those blasts. Able to dodge some of that. Collapse now turns, ready to fight, ready to chase down Mickey. Wants to TP out. Does he manage to escape? No. So they kill off that Nature's Prophet. Will lose Collapse after. Mira's still standing tall down here bottom. And some more tips going back and forth between the two.
Alright. This is a luckily the catapult on bottom is not hitting, so Titania's gonna pull the wave here. Catapult doesn't get aggroed like that, so it's gonna run straight into the tower. after it puts priority onto the enemy's siege. There you'll see it run into the tower there. So that will be pressure
Nisha
in a way, but not enough.
Nisha.
Oh, collapse is mid. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about, but has to keep running away. And the stun is there. Axes come out.
The level 4 Beastmaster gank mid as Laurel tips collapse. Of course, everyone's gonna tip collapse now. What a unique play that was.
Yeah.
Was it
And
good?
Collapse is,
I don't know.
I don't know.
But it
This
did
game is
happen,
super
and
weird.
it did work. So there is that.
This game is super bizarre. And yeah, Collapse is queuing up the Aghanims. He wants to rush it for the Beastmaster.
All right, so yeah, who did we see do this?
Radiant's middle tower is
It was
under
Tundra 9, right?
33 did it. We saw Tundra 9 do it also.
Yeah. So just Tundra, the Tundra
yeah.
series, we saw it in both games.
Right.
Right. So he's realizing against the end, he's not going to go for that play. Drums the Slom time, as Insania will go down.
Still just level 5 on Nisha, and Laurel beating into this tower, keeping the pressure onto it.
courier has been
It is quite strong. There is a wraparound coming in up top. Maposhka going to get the glimpse pull back. Tries to bring Boxy back a little bit, but mid there's still pressure being mounted. As Laurel still has a good duration left on his dragon form and trying to take down this mid tower. Before too long, a TP coming in. It's just going to be Insania showing up, trying to secure 8-minute rune.
Oh, that
While
infield.
Maposhka is dying to Boxy. Zombies chasing. That's a dead disruptor, but then the glimpse back. Now Laurel has to run away with a bunch of heroes mid. Thought about the arrow, doesn't decide to throw it yet. NP sort of telegraphing that he could TP in. Boxy not afraid of anything. Maybe he should be, as
got a
Boxy
26.
super low with the soul rip trying to live, able to get away for the moment and actually survive. Has the tranquils to regen it all up. Oh my god.
I mean, he's
Up top,
level
Yatoro
5 right now.
doing a good job of keeping these guys away from him and living. Look at the Vanguard. Look at the power of the Vanguard. Doppelganger to run away. Tries to escape. The blast. It's not quite going to connect. He doesn't
The Vanguard!
live. The Vanguard won't be enough.
Alright, so this
And
is the
there's
problem.
There's more deaths.
So here's the issue now. The Vanguard
Okay.
is online. This Vanguard was mint so you could stay in the lane. You no longer can do that. This is about the point in time where you start regretting the Vanguard.
Well, it hit another arrow there. Yeah, no, the Van... I mean, that is an interesting question, right? Is he going to even be able to come back to top lane at all? I don't think so. Mickey's there. Oh, he does TP in. It's going to take him so long to kill all these creeps and the summons. And he does get the deny on the tower at the very least. But feels like he can stand here, sort of. Kind of. But not if everybody rotates up to kill him again.
Radiant
The only issue with this is it was a good deny and everything, and I don't know if he had many other play options at the moment. But him sitting here in the lane isn't accelerating his farm. Look, he's just watching. He's watching everyone else farm. He's not hitting creeps himself. Zai is just stealing all the creeps on the map here. And his net worth isn't going to go up from this.
Feeling
Some creeps will come in now, of course, but then they're going to go mid lane.
Feeling pretty bad about all these things. You're not wrong about that in the least bit. Well, in the meantime, Boxy is just not afraid of anybody. Drops down the zombie house. They will manage to get that one. Arrow comes out, connects. Nisha, level 7 now. Maybe feeling a little bit more like a hero. Root burning him down. It is enough. Mira gets the kill on a killing spree. Zai also rotating in towards mid. Laurel being dropped lower and lower. A lot of magic damage onto him, and with Zai in tow, they managed to kill off the DK.
That was a big kill. I feel like Laurel is the only player right now on Team Spirit having resemblance of a good game. Meanwhile, NP, free game. Caudle, free game. It's balanced out a little bit by Nisha having an atrocious game, to say the least here. But at least you have Boxy, who, before that death, was having a pretty good game as well.
Well,
so some pros and cons on both sides here, but most of the advantage, I would say, is on Liquid, even though on Team Spirit you do have a gold lead. But I believe a lot of that is on your DK at the moment. And the question is going to be the power of the drums of Slom here. is there going to be impact with this item? Because this isn't your traditional Beastmaster.
No, he is playing a different type of game. He might even want to be the one that holds on to that arcane ring, to be honest. If he's going this magic build, or rather the trinket, it might be the most value you can get from it. As Zai continues to farm out this entire jungle, and you're right, Yadaro only getting a couple of creeps here and there. Boxy, stunned, arrow, follow-up, connection, in trouble, going to die. He has been a thorn in their side, Zai too, but Yadaro, he can't chase him at all.
So that death I'm okay with. He just blocked the smoke, the moonlight, forced the DK to come there with the blink dagger reveal. The one before the tier 1 there, that was a little ambitious there, just trying to push his strength, or push his limits as an Undying. But it is stalling his good game a little bit. Still the most farmed support in the game. But this is a hero that does not farm super fast. So we'll see what he can do with it, going into the drums. Probably going into the bearing here, but his team's making up for it. Nisha's getting back in the game.
Jace, Nisha, facing off against a DD Laurel. Lots of friends nearby for him as he TPs away after the chains were used. At tier 1 tower, obviously still dead. The mid tower for Radiant, relatively low, but not at a point where it's easy for them to just go finish it off. But they do have the Midas completed now for the PL.
The build is online, and
he's gonna run into some heroes. Yadaro decides he wants to fight. Is the rest of his team coming in with him? No. So Yadaro has to run away, already down at half HP, sends his illusions to deal with the tombstone, but Boxy not stopping there. Has stick charges, trying to survive, not gonna happen. 5 heroes move on in. Mira, you're not gonna last that long either. An impetus shot connects. And yeah, when they bring numbers from Liquid, you guys need to run. They are way too strong.
He tried. I mean, where's he gonna go? He ran to his tier 2. Just got chased down right underneath it. He had no boots at the time, and Mira gonna go down to probably Nisha here. And that heal, and Nisha got a killing spree from Mira there. Mira silently taking all the kills that Team Spirit did have there. And so the question goes back to, was that Vanguard... Did you notice the difference in his tank ability with the Vanguard or not?
Here's the thing. I am thinking he's going to disassemble to turn it into a hood.
And a heart? Hood and heart?
Hood and Octarine Core, you know?
Octarine Core, okay.
Yeah.
That is a good item on PL with the shard.
With the shard. Maybe that's the
But
key.
heart is also really good on this hero. And kind of a necessity, I feel, against some of these heroes. Especially Ember.
Look at what's online now. The drums. It's time. It's got to get value out of these.
I mean, if you win this game right now, and this drums is a key factor for it, I'll be a believer. Here we go.
Insania, they're dying. Look at the drums. Look at the drums. It's so much damage. Oh, and it's over now. Oh, collapse. Although, maybe there's a chance. It actually didn't look that bad.
No, it didn't.
He messed them up. I was sick. The drums, they're OP. They're way too strong. Laurel dropping low, but they kill off Mickey.
I mean, honestly, that
right away.
Okay. That looked bounced.
Yeah.
It looked like it did just enough.
Well, they also have another round of it in 5 seconds. Collapse waiting for his moment. Needs to wait long enough. Yadaro moves into position. He couldn't get the drums damage off in time. And Yadaro now in more trouble. Has already doppelganged. Maposhka going to fall. Yadaro, last one left alive.
You're playing versus Liquid, a team that has really good communication, really good understanding of timings. You pick PL and you go Midas. Is this really like the strategy Team Spirit wants to show us against Liquid? I don't know. Apparently. I feel like how... The drums looked good, I'll tell you that much. They looked good, but they would have looked OP if they killed the Undying there. If that Undying died in that moment in that river too, I'd be like, alright, this item is OP. But for now, they just look good.
Okay. Fair enough. So, I think the one benefit is 40-second cooldown is pretty freaking good. And I think with DK, there's some value there, you know? Because he can be the one that starts the stun, and then you just follow up with the drums.
I think this build in this game is better than him going the hot, I think, for sure. So, adapting. But he really wanted to go this build, picking into Inch.
Yeah, I guess that's the big question is like, it's better than the other one, but does that make it good?
Right. I mean, first inches should be good, right? Instead of being all your stuff being stolen from you, you can do this damage, this magical damage, straight to the Enchantress that bypasses the untouchable. So that part's pretty cool. And they did kill the inch there with the trumps, without a doubt.
Right. Well, and you know, also worth considering, there's going to be an inch. Oh, wait a minute. Roar, drums, drum, the heal, they almost get him. Mickey, he's gonna get glimpsed, pulled back in, and it's almost gonna be enough to bring him down. Mickey dying, not dead. Oh, the drums weren't good enough. Dude.
That was a lot of damage, though.
It was.
Why did that one do way more damage? Is it the axe stacks? Did he have more than one on them?
So.
I mean, I know the drums are affected by the axes, so if you get a couple stacks off and then you come in a bit later, that's why you see the blink queued up for the Beastmaster. It can start doing a lot of damage. Like if you get 3 axes off and then you come into the drums, you'll delete someone.
It did 3,700 damage.
That is way too much damage. That made no sense compared to the other 5.
Oh, he got the level 10 talent, the Wild Axe's damage amp per stack.
Oh, that was, yeah, okay. Yeah, it starts to add up. The 10 talent comes online.
Interesting.
Very
interesting.
I can't really judge much other than saying, like, it's viable, for sure.
Okay.
It's not going to be a reason why they win or lose this game, because I think there's so many fires that you have to put out for Team Liquid. All right, here comes the drums.
Here they come. Oh, wait, no, he hasn't
need
come. Oh, did he need him? All right.
He just died too fast.
Well, we'll see. I would love to see a Veil on somebody too. And the other thing that I was going to mention about it earlier is that we talked about the lack of stuns or silences on this team. That's a way in which they're going to get the full duration off, right? Like nothing right now breaks these drums at all. There's no stuns, no silences.
That's a very valid point. They cannot stop him from drumming. They just have to out-heal it, which they did last time.
Right.
That's going to be the difference here. With the Greaves, lots of heals here. As the Toro, no Manta yet, so bye-bye.
Yeah, he goes down.
So that's not good, obviously, but especially for a PL. This is a hero that... There's a reason why we don't see this hero. He takes too long to come online. You die one time. His team is trying to make all the space in the world for him, but he's not even remotely close. He even decides to go for the Diffusal Blade to maybe help in these fights a little bit earlier, but now he doesn't have a Manta available for the chains. If he ever gets chains, I feel like he's going to die.
Yeah. It is a serious problem. He is, you know, not really getting to the point where he needs to be, and it's going to be incumbent upon the rest of his team to carry him there. And that kill on DK, that's a one that's a backbreaker, because you almost had this BKB done, which sets Laurel up to have like a very strong couple of minutes, I feel like. Particularly with the Blink Dagger being just about completed, done on Beastmaster, and he's trying to get to his BKB too. Maybe they could start to make some moves, but Liquid, they're just trying to close out this map. While he's taking a tier 1 top, they're taking a tier 2 bottom.
Yeah. I feel like right now in this moment, Team Spirit need BKB on DK, Blink BKB on Beast to be able to fight. Well, they don't have neither of those, so Yatora's going to join the fray here and
step on forward, find the kill. They pop the drums for that to make sure that they got it. They do manage to kill the Undying rather rapidly, and giving all of the farm over to Yatoro to get into his Manta, which is very far away.
Even when he finishes it, if you take a look at Mickey, he's had this Mjolnir for a long time, and I don't think Manta is the item that's going to deal with Mjolnir. It's going to have to be that Heart of Taros. It's going to have to be later on some Abyssal Blade, some Scotty getting on top of him. Mjolnir is just such a powerful item right now, which is part of the reason as well why PL isn't really enjoyed too much in these games, because this item is just so strong. But they're going to make a smoke on the top lane, find Collapse, cancel his Blink Dagger, and they get him. Drum it up, boy! That wasn't enough. Little drummer boy died.
It's gonna die. 6K now on the gold lead, and another smoke up from Spirit, wanting to find one left behind here. They do have Static Storm as well as a Veil on Mira. If they could find Zai, that would be ideal. He is right underneath a ward, so they see him.
Yeah.
Try and get him right away. Tries to TP out. All right, he's mega dead. Easy finish. Doesn't even need the static storm.
Is Boxy gonna send TP in? Nah, he doesn't care.
Apparently not.
Oh, Mickey, just in the middle.
Mickey, BKB turns on a Maposhka. Gonna find that kill quickly. Laurel, BKB tries to run away, getting body blocked like crazy from Mickey. Pops the ulti, runs out, but they run in with Yadro, and now the drums. Oh, he's gonna start drumming. The damage is coming out, but isn't enough. Boxy is gone. Yadro finds that kill too. So they take down 3. Insania is gonna be a 4th. The dive was not good for Liquid.
Yeah, a little bit too tanky there on Laurel. I think Mickey was really feeling himself there. Like, I'm body blocking guys, I'm body blocking them guys, get him. But it just wasn't quite enough, and Yatoro comes back in. The Beastmaster with the Blink Dagger and the drums, cleaning that one up. So quite a bit of overextension there. It's a lot of damage. He for sure did the most damage in that fight, followed by the PL, who, at this point, if he can find the right fight, and they found Nisha.
Yeah, that's Aegis.
Laurel's there.
Nisha's dead. Oh man! Oh man!
Oh, he mistimed it. Oh no!
Tried to get the jump away, but wasn't gonna happen. And suddenly, you're in this situation where, I mean, I don't know. For Team Spirit, I guess for Liquid, do they need to recalibrate the way that they're taking this? Because it feels like these are the types of fights that shouldn't be happening this way. Like, they shouldn't be losing
definitely
heroes like
right.
this.
that dive from the top lane, not great. That Aegis into death, not great either. They definitely need to recalibrate here. Find some area on the map that can play together, because at the end of the day, it's still PL. This hero, when you get to like that 35-minute mark, if net worths are even, is still a good hero. It's just for all the reasons you saw in the early game, why he's normally not a good hero. But if you throw against this hero, he will come back, he will farm, and he will outcarry you. And the net worth lead is only 2k now for Team Liquid. And the Ember and Coddle, they're starting to fall off now.
Yeah, you see that swing. It's now into the favor of Team Spirit, according to Dota Plus. A lot of questions still to be answered. And I will say, too, that Liquid have the type of draft that, with Nature's Prophet, you can really abuse a couple of bad plays by Spirit, and they could put themselves in a really strong position there. But, I mean, also Laurel. I mean, Laurel's starting to scale, too. He's going into the Aghanim Scepter.
It's crazy how fast the game of Dota can just flip on its head. You lose your carry, you lose your mid laner, you lose 2 other heroes, and all of a sudden, you're playing against this lineup that has some scaling potential. You get out on the map, and things start to look scary again. Team Spirit are in a really good spot now.
Yeah. They have gotten what they need and starting to become those indomitable monsters. Enchantress tries to kill off that Hawk heading over this direction. And the game looking pretty freaking good for them. Boxy has already picked up the Hood of Defiance. Wouldn't mind seeing him maybe go back for a pipe after the Boots of Bearing, because there is mainly just magical damage. But I guess the other problem is that you're going to have to deal with this PL eventually, who is becoming a serious problem.
And he still needs a little more time, but I think the bigger problem is still to come, and that's going to be collapse when he has his BKB.
Yeah.
These drums of Slom, they've been no joke this game, and the only issues he currently has right now is he's been dying in the fights. And if he doesn't die, gets the roar off, they have nothing to go through the BKB here. He's going to be able to kill some cores here. He might actually just straight up solo kill Nisha's Ember if he can get a roar on him. There is a possibility of that.
Particularly if he like gets the drum off before the roar, right? Pop drum, jump in, roar. The damage is going to be stagnant behind him. Oh, and they scan. They realize what's coming on. It's going to be staggered enough behind him that they should be able to get it. Mickey. Oh, you have to be careful against Beast, though. Hawk back up 8 seconds. Arrow goes out. They found him. Oh, God.
Yeah, that was a close one.
25 seconds on Roche.
That's the big one.
Spirit in a good position. Oh, my God, Yadro.
Good. Yeah, he just TP'd in front. He's got a Vanguard, don't worry.
I've heard this before.
I am a little confused as to what Nisha's doing right now, but maybe it's good. He's going to go for like the 30-minute plus Radiance.
Oh, interesting.
Isn't it just better to finish maybe a Mjolnir or a Gleipnir? I feel like it might,
Radiant's
but
top tower is under attack.
it's something. I think more than anything, the burn damage is good. It's not bad by any means.
Yeah.
But the mischance might be better for this. It's definitely an aura in its own way against the PL that can help combat him.
Yeah, it's just like a percentage damage reduction in a way with that.
So yeah, it just comes down to, is the Radiance better, or just going Ags and having a bunch of Remnants just throw in PL's face? I'm not entirely sure. But 5 Remnants or a Radiance? Nisha has made the choice. It's going to be a Radiant. Well, he hasn't made a choice yet, but
Right.
that's what he wants to go. That's what his heart is telling him to go. His mind might intervene soon.
I kind of feel like also the lack of stats with his build right now. Maelstrom, like phase boots. It's only the BKB really. Now the smoke is going to head on out. They're going to find him right away. Jumps in. Nisha only hits the Remnant onto 1. Maposhka turns. Static Storm down. BKB out. And Liquid hanging on to this area.
Gone.
It's a full Abyssal Blade completed. He made use of that Vanguard roar, looking for it on Anisha. Thought about going, but hasn't fully committed yet. The rest of Liquid trying to back away. Meanwhile, PL, he found Boxy, he found Insania. He's got a bunch of good heroes to jump on. BKB there. Collapse is ready. He's drumming. He's drumming. Oh, they're getting drummed on as they find another kill onto Boxy. Double for Collapse. And while Laurel is low, Liquid, they got 2 dead with no buybacks. Wait a minute now. Stun, turn, damage, out. Laurel dying dead. Now Mira more in trouble. They don't have their PL. He's off and away trying to regen. So 2 for 2 ends up going down there.
Yeah, and what was so big there? We're not done yet. I'll wait a moment here.
Scary.
All right, we're done now. But so Mickey didn't get BKB or Satanic off.
Ooh. Oh, he got Abyssal even like a pullback. He didn't get BKB or Abyssal off on Mickey. Yeah.
No, he didn't get Satanic or BKB. And the drums were just that amount of damage. The DK stun into the arrow with the roar really locked him down. If Mickey was able to get that BKB off on Satanic, that could have been a different fight. So huge play there by Spirit to find Mickey without getting any of his abilities off in that fight.
That's pretty crazy. Also, I didn't notice Mickey's build, the double gloves of haste, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean, got some empty slots. Fill them out.
True. I just always feel like I see Wraith bands nowadays.
That could be better, honestly, but...
Collapse. Ooh. Blink, dodge. Do they find him? Oh, the root! BKB 3 seconds, but it's going to come too late.
You see that respect from Nisha?
Yeah.
He BKB'd against a Beastmaster like that, knowing the drums could come.
Team Spirit willing to take this fight without their BC buys back. Forstaff pushes in even closer onto Boxy, in trouble, but out of vision, and there it is.
Keeping him alive.
Stunned, dead. They go for more, sending in the illusions onto Mickey, the Mjolnir, ripping them to shreds. Still, Maposhka with a glimpse, ready to go. Does he want to pull one of these heroes back in? Laurel, stun, BKB reaction, now they back away. Yadro thinks about going in fact. He can go for
they
him.
want the
15
glimpse.
seconds till Abyssal. Dodges, catches, stun, bash, the pullback onto Zai. Now he's isolated in a way, and Yadro sent his illusions out, but the drums are out again. They find him. The roar on the far side connects onto the Enchantress. Team Spirit pulling this one back. All off the back, a little drummer boy collapse. Oh,
guess what time it is? It's 30 minutes. Net worth is even versus a PL. You got a problem.
Oh, jeez. What are we
You got a
seeing
problem.
here?
We're seeing Liquid regretting their choices of diving a tier 3 right now. Early on to this game.
God. Well, Aegis and Shard most likely both going to PL, and that Shard is super awesome.
And what the hell's going on with Liquid, right? Like, game number 1, we see Mickey have one of the worst laning stages we've ever seen. And then game number 2, Nisha has one of the worst games I've ever seen him play. It's getting kind of wild over
You know what
on
it is?
Team Liquid side.
We thought that we cursed just Entity. It turns out we just curse European teams. When European teams play and we're watching them, they play bad. It's the NA in us. That's what's going on.
I'm all for that. I'm down to keep up that curse. That's a good one.
Nisha. Oh, slight dodges. That arrow came close to him, actually. But 2,000
Laurel
gold.
now
into the
has
lead.
the Aghanim Scepter too here, going into that Manta. Scaling galore everywhere. Nisha is catching up on farm here. We see he has put a Lincoln Sphere ahead of his Radiance in the build.
Fair.
I really think after he finishes that Lincoln, so might consider an Ags over the Radiance as well, but we'll see if it makes it that far. Yatoro has hit critical mass. He's online. He's got the Orchid now is his choice over the Heart, so he's going full aggressive here. Not even going to go for any a bit of HP regeneration here in the Satanic or into the Heart of Frost. Just straight into the Bloodthorn. It gives you a little bit of magic resistance, which I think is quite nice against Liquid's lineup.
Yeah, it fits, and will help out his illusions a bit too. NP definitely still feeling like a very strong hero at dealing with these illusions, having that BKB Satanic to turn it around, but not being that same like completely deadly hero that just rips people to shreds with like a Daedalus or something else. It feels like it's much more about survivability and then dealing with the illusions.
He hasn't been able to right-click anything, right? The one fight he got roared without getting any items off. The next fight he BKB just to run away. They haven't been in a situation where he could just stand his ground and try and fight back.
Trying to get into an AC, which maybe will help him a bit, as they did kill off that the courier heading over the other direction. Level 20 talent. It ends up being the mischance for Sprout. So I guess against DK kind of, but now he has like free pathing, and then maybe you can kind of Sprout PL, but he has answers to it too.
That one I'm not sure about.
Yeah.
I don't think either of the talents this game necessarily look like the correct choice. I feel like the leash one, you can't use Doppelganger, right, when you are in
I don't believe
leash.
so, no.
No, I know you can't. You just can't. Yeah. So there's some merits for that, but every time you Sprout Appeal, isn't he just going to Doppelganger out of it if the mischance? What's the chances of getting Appeal stuck in a Sprout? We'll have to see.
Yeah.
It just seems like a very low probability thing.
True. Laurel looking for an opening. He's with the two supports, so a quick stun into arrow combo would be pretty good for them, but it's a big wave pushing in down bottom. Team Spirit need to come back and deal with this one for too long. Otherwise, they're going to take some pretty significant damage onto that tier 3 tower, and Mira is going to be the one to go do it, while Laurel goes a little hunting, catches the wave, heads off on his merry little way.
And you mentioned maybe the Sprout against the DK. Look at this DK. This man flies over trees.
Yeah, it's true.
He does not care about a Sprout. Axes can break. I'm really confused on this talent, but I feel like dwelling on it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, because you can kill the Sprout with axes if you want. Could be whatever. But Mickey doing some warding, but the courier might see him. Oh my gosh, a little too late.
Yeah, that was close.
But now they know there's a ward there.
True.
For sure. That's really unlucky for Mickey there. It's like, alright, I'll get the sneaky ward. Oh, what's the odds of a courier being flying over in that exact moment? At least he didn't die. That would have been tragic.
Yadoro just standing right up front and center, hitting these tier 2s while the rest of the team is running around and trying to stop the rest of the pressure coming in. Nisha making as much space as he can while Laurel just catches the wave and pushes it out. But it is a full Manta done. Was looking for one, doesn't end up finding him. Nisha just TPs back home, and the other tier 2 tower on the other side of the map, Yadoro gonna claim this one for himself as well.
At the end of the day, this game is still going to come down to execution and who can get the correct jumps. But you're definitely in a very comfortable spot as Team Spirit. We just need to see that team cohesion and synergy that we're missing in game number 1, which so far they have been showing us. The lockdowns have been really good. The pressing advantages has also been good from this like 25+ minute mark. So back in their groove here for Team Spirit.
And look at Mickey, decides to go for the Shivas instead of the AC. So still giving him armor, but more ways to try and contend with these PL illusions. And while you talked about like that magic resist that he has from the Bloodthorn, doesn't have that big like HP pool that you normally see from the Heart, like we talked about. So that could be an issue.
We'll have to see, but Yatoro is playing this very patient.
Oh, stun, connects, Boxy, arrow, out, good, caught him. Can they find any more? Nope. Liquid covering their team, sends out the Shivas. Connection with the static storm. Yatoro turns, starts to beat down Mickey. The roar is out too. The drums are in full force, starting to find
BKB
these heroes.
again.
And yep, that is no BKB, no Satanic, and Mira controlled for only a moment, but Insania, he is likely to fall next. Collapse cometh, and Collapse gonna start to run down this Enchantress. Inside the base, there's also battle coming out. Yatoro chasing them down one by one, finds the Orchid, connection onto the Ember, but with the buyback coming from Ench, Yatoro actually is going to respect the potential damage and retreat for the moment at least.
The Manta army comes out. Yeah, they're catching Mickey with his pants down every single fight, not getting BKB off, not getting a Satanic off, and just melting.
Roar. Drums.
Drum it up.
It's way too much, the drums! And Collapse, one last tip for Nisha as they are looking to close this game out. PL in the late game, and PL Vanguard. To never let anybody doubt your dreams. You do you, carry players. I'm sure you won't get flamed and reported.
To be fair, he did what he had to do to make the hero work.
Right.
I don't know if the Vanguard itself was like the reason why this worked.
No.
But maybe it helped. However, I will say Collapse with the item selection of the drums of Slom here may have been a big reason of why this potential victory, let's not call it yet, could happen.
Well, he's got the drums going again, and he's also Ogre Seal toteming and TPing out, and after the buyback from Nisha manages to escape, can they find more? Maposhka on the backside. Oh, walks into an arrow, and Yatoro, he's right there. Oh no, Nisha, not like this. Does he manage to get out though? Or does he keep going back in for more? Mickey gets the sprout there on the Laurel, finds the DK, gets the kill.
2 BKBs used, Bloodthorn's up.
Doppelganger talent though for Yatoro. It is a big problem for them. Manta, Chase, looks for him, finds him. Nisha, they burn through these illusions. Dude, the damage burn is insane, but Yatoro, he might be too strong. I think he is way too strong. The Sprout keeps him alive for only a moment. Doppelganger to back away, but PL is dead. And PL doesn't have buyback. Oh no, Collapse, not you too. Roar is out there, arrow goes in, but they're not gonna connect it, and the drums are kicking, the drums are doing their damage, but no more Ogre Seal Totem. That's 3 dead. And they didn't get Mega's Fear. Are we seeing another throw?
I don't know, man. Like, it's just one of those days. That's what I said, don't call it yet, because we've already had a wild one. And if we've already seen one, there's more bound to happen.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, Toro really pushing his limits there. It's really just one of those situations, right? Where I think this is pure adrenaline, pure emotion, and not so much thinking rationally. You get 2 barrackses. You think things are going well. You're really far ahead. Heroes buy back. You don't register in your head that maybe we should go back. Now you die without buyback, just like the other series we cast earlier. You get the Roshan on Liquid now.
Yeah.
Now you're in a situation where why not just go back and wait for Roche? You're not thinking about the Roche timer anymore. You're just thinking about, oh, I'm going to outplay these kids, and it just doesn't work out. Liquid are back in this game now.
And you know what's so funny about that, too? As they leave the refresher shard in the pit and don't pick it up, is that they, you know,
Hello. Boxy, you got this.
Oh, there we go. Boxy knew. They were talking in the interview earlier that Boxy's the one that keeps telling Liquid, like, all right, play your right moves. What are you guys doing? Don't do that. And he's picking up the trash left in the pit.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they have an Ags on Disruptor now. Oh, this game is craziness. I don't know what's gonna happen.
That's like one of the beauties. I think they should change Disruptor Sags personally, because I feel like it's just that impactful. You could be losing super hard, and then all of a sudden, oh, items are muted now. Cool, this 4,000 gold item just killed a hero that should never die otherwise. Very interesting. But either way, that's just the strength of the item right now. If he can find a way to use this on Maposhka, and specifically think it Nisha, who has no buyback within this spell, could be a game changer. Aegis is online though. for Mickey, and I feel like this is exactly what he's needed in all these fights. He's been dying without getting a single spell off.
Yeah.
If he dies with an Aegis, there's no way he doesn't get his spells off on respawn. Unless Disruptor Axe is there.
Surely it won't happen. There's no way it could happen.
There's not a single chance in this world.
All right, Mickey. Getting some mana burn. The Mjolnir doing some work. Team Spirit. Now, they have an interesting position on this bottom side of the map with the creep wave pushing in and double catapults. They could maybe make a little bit of a pressure down there and get Liquid stuck back in their base, and it looks like that's what they're going to try and do. So Liquid are going to have to come and respond to this unless they want to get Mega'd.
And Mickey is going into a Sane Yasha next, looks like.
Oh.
Realizing that he's been getting chain stunned to death. Perhaps this will help with that. Doesn't really help with damage, though. But I guess Nisha's going to have to pick up the slack there.
Tower's starting to fall. Only buyback in the game right now is Mirana. Mira, the only one with it. Still not there for gold for a couple of these Team Spirit heroes. They're only a couple hundred gold away. Do they want to push the tempo right now? Moonlight Shadow jumps forward, finds it.
They got him!
For those drums, they catch him right to the side. Can't cast anything. All starting to fall. Nisha is going to die. Mickey in trouble. Mickey dead. Can they do it again? Boxy, he's left out alone on an island. They find the kill onto that Undying. No buyback for either of them.
He didn't get BKB off.
He gets the BKB off. He got the BKB off. The Satanic is there. Mickey, it doesn't get him a third time. The turn wants to fight Yadoro. This PL is way too strong. Burning GPUs, burning heroes, getting kills. No buybacks available. Team Spirit. Can they deal with the carry of Insania's Enchantress? The answer is yes. GG is called. We get a 1-1 series out of all of this insanity.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the Ember. He was the one hero that couldn't get jumped by the Static Storm. They caught him. He had no buyback. Oh, it's sad for Liquid. They had this game in the bag, but I think this might be... They're allowed to have these type of games, right? They're doing super well, just losing a game like this, pushing their limits, seeing how far they can take it. If anything, it might be good for them, being like, maybe guys, we shouldn't be this cocky in the game. We should take it a bit slower and try to make sure when we do close out the games, we do it the correct way. So overall, I think this is a net win for Liquid. There's a lot to look back on and improve on.
Fair enough. And I think the other thing there that, I mean, it can be hard to remember back to like the beginning of the draft phase, but when we were talking about all this stuff, right, there's that big question at the beginning of, do Liquid just want to take this IO Lesh again? And the option was there and available to them. They went for the Enchantress, they went for the Ember, and it was a rough game for Nisha. You know, he got his hero first two picked, and they were able to exploit it pretty hard. This Laurel DK absolutely wrecked in the laning phase. It was really sick.
Yeah, I would say Nisha had one of his worst games we've seen in a while, dying to a tower there. Yeah. Like level 1. He was literally level 1 when he died to the tower. So he was trying to make something happen. It didn't really work out. Just an unfortunate game for Liquid. Still showing they were strong in the early game, but what a comeback from Team Spirit, though. Yeah, that was a great comeback.
And I think we've seen some more of this value of the drums of Slom on the Beastmaster.
I'm a believer. I'm a believer.
It's actually kind of... I want to look real quickly at the amount of damage that was dealt with it. I'm going to look it up real quickly. He did 20,000 damage with the drums of Slom. His hero overall did 38,000 damage. Yeah. So he did more damage than Enchantress. He did more damage than Zai, more damage than Boxy with just the drums. That's pretty sick. All right, everybody, try it in your pubs, just not against me. It'll be
just
great.
Not against you, or
not with
you.
me,
Which
actually.
There you go.
I'm an offlane
do you
player,
believe?
so yeah.
Oh, I see. So you don't want your roll. So what about mid? Mid beast with drums.
Now you're thinking.
This seems more like a mid build than an offlane build, if you were to ask me.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I believe that we will have an interview. I want to wait to hear if that's true or not from our production team. And we're waiting to hear from the players to get back in there. They're probably... I saw Maposhka at the end, and he just sort of had this like weird look on his face. So we're going to actually get to hear from the one and only Yadoro himself, who I believe that we have coming on the line in just a second. I'm excited to ask him some questions about the PL. Rarely
Perfect.
seen. God dang it.
Not too often, but maybe we need a little bit of time before that comes online. But his build, going into the Vanguard early on, didn't really help too much first on dying, but you have to keep in mind that that item does turn into Abyssal. He just needed the time. It might be not the fastest farming item ever, so building a Midas after it was the plan, which I think worked out great for them because they needed to get that late game stage, and they eventually got there. Once you got that Abyssal online, the Vanguard had some more uses. The Fusel was there, Manta for the other pieces of the puzzle that were missing, and then finally the Bloodthorn. It all came online for him in the end.
Fair enough. And I guess that is sort of a nice comfort idea for Spirit, right? Is that like, if we can just hold out, if we can just wait long enough, Yatoro will be able to carry us. Because we saw once he got to that like certain level, it was all too much for him to deal with. And it looks like actually, no, we won't be getting Yatoro. We'll be getting even potentially, more interesting person to interview is Collapse, where we can ask him all about these damn drums. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Yeah. 2 minutes. They'll be back in a second. This is the problem with long series, is right? Let's take a look real quickly at the standings for the day and for the whole thing. And Fear, anything that sticks out to you?
Anything that sticks out? Oh, Nouns won a series. Is that what happened?
Wow!
That's instantly where I'm looking. It's like they won a series. I don't know against who, but that's good to see. However, TSM, all right, they're moving up in the world. Are we looking at Beast Coast here? Evil Geniuses? I don't know, Lyrical. The North American, South American region here? We're looking pretty strong right now.
True
We got
enough.
a couple Western Europeans in here too, but that's all I'm seeing. I'm seeing NA, SA, Western Europe, all in the top 4 right now from both
That's fair.
rankings.
Yeah, so TSM, they managed to tie every series. Their last series is against
That's
Gaming
impressive.
Gladiators. Yeah. 1-1 across the board. And then for Nouns, they tied 3 series. They tied 2 times today against Beast Coast and against Talon.
Oh, so they didn't win a series, they just tied them up, but that's still points are points. I think at this point, it's maybe probably too much to ask for to get into that top 4 there, but it is what it is.
Who's their last series against? Nouns have 1 more game to play against Tundra, and if they do win, they would be tied with Tundra for just out of range, it looks like. Or no, they wouldn't be tied. Maybe they would. Who knows? Tundra still have to play right now, I think, or something. Regardless, doesn't matter. Nouns in a bit of a hurt way. Group A, though, looking like the potential for a ton of tiebreakers, maybe.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, Entity, Struggle City, maybe not them, but Execration, Aster, maybe Hellraisers if they win a couple more games, and Execration, Aster have some issues there. Gaming Gladiators and Rebellion, super close there, and Evil Geniuses pulling ahead ever so slightly in that group. Who else does EG have to play? I'm very curious on that one.
Evil
Do you have that
Geniuses, they have to play against Execration still.
Execration.
All right, well,
All right.
enough about us and the standings and everything. Let's get into this interview with the one and only Collapse. Sir, congratulations on your victory. You're pounding those drums pretty hard. How is it playing Beastmaster with Aghanims?
Yeah, it's pretty fun, I guess, because you don't need the home to do your job. You just thank you, everyone.
Fair enough. I just want to ask one more question about it. When you first saw this item, were you a believer immediately? You saw it and you're like, this is the item for me as soon as it came out and the Aghanims was released? Or did you think it was a meme like everybody else in the world? When did you become a believer?
I think I'm still confused about this item because it's not very good, I think, because it's a bit trash, you know, because it doesn't work in stuns and silence. In this game I just decided to buy it because they have no stun and silence. So I don't need the home because they have Ench. So Axe was very good this game.
Okay. Fear?
Sure. So I was going to ask about that last game. At some point, Liquid were really far ahead. They ended up diving your base there. You got a couple kills there. What were you guys talking about in that moment on how you're going to win that game?
We just knew we have PL, so in the game we need one moment to stack and just kill Furion with Roar and PO. And I think time was on our side because they have no cores against PO, only Ember. But Ember is no problem for us. So we just stacked one time and killed them.
Alright, perfect. Next question is more about your team as a whole and how you guys are performing right now. What do you think you guys are missing right now to be able to win your next tournament? It's been a while since Team Spirit won a tournament. What is going to be that one ingredient that's missing for you guys to win the next, either the Dream League or a major or maybe another TI?
I don't know, to be honest, because we need like discipline, something like this, because we need to play clear, we need to play fast, we need to work on our drafts more, I think, and maybe some micro skills on each player, I guess.
All right, thank you.
Interesting. Fear, you got any more questions there or no?
No, that's it for now.
All right, I guess I have one last one, which is I think a question that you've probably been asked a couple of times in DPC already. But with Laurel on this team and the way that he's sort of fit in with it, does he sort of fulfill a similar role as previous players? Does it, what sort of how has it been as a team dynamic in terms of him slotting in with the rest of the squad?
Question is to like, I don't even remember how it was because it's been a long time already. Because we played like half a year, and I think just now we are playing. Our team player is like 60% probably, maybe 70.
Okay.
And we need to just play more with him to be a powerful team.
Okay, I like it.
I have one more question actually before we go. So a lot of people know you for like playing Magnus and stuff, but I wanted to know, what is your personal favorite hero? If you have one.
Probably Magnus still, I guess.
Still Magnus?
Yeah. It's a very cool hero.
Right. It's a fun hero. You make it look really good, so I'm not surprised by that.
Awesome.
Yep.
So there's no other like second love that you have. It's just Mag all the time.
I mean, Mars is shit right now, but Magnus a little bit better. So I like him more.
All right, fair enough. Well, hopefully the next patch you'll be able to get your boys back together and be powerful again. But thank you so much for the interview and congratulations on the win in that last game. Hopefully we'll get to hear from you more in the future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Awesome. That, everybody, was Collapse taking care of business again on the Beastmaster Drums of Slom. Has some strong opinions about heroes, about items on occasion. Thoughts, though, on Team Spirit. I mean, this being able to be one of the only teams to take a game off Liquid, what do you think? What's the ceiling for these guys?
I think he answered it best, right? He kind of realizes when realistic, they're about 60-70% of their potential here. And a lot of that comes through... I mean, he gave the whole list. I was like, we need to work on our drafts, we need to work on our map movement, we need to work on our individual performances. He feels like there's a lot of room to grow on this team, so they just need to keep working, put in the reps pretty much, and get to a point where they can become that powerhouse again. And they have moments where they look amazing. But the cohesion sometimes isn't there, the drafts sometimes aren't there, and maybe the individual performance isn't sometimes there. So they still have a lot to work on, but there's a lot of promise.
Right, and that sort of recognition also speaks to, if this is how good they can look taking down a top team also in the world, what happens when they actually get there. So hopefully we'll get to see the best out of them going forward. That is going to do it. We have one more half day of Dota in this group stage before it's all finished off, and then of course tiebreakers galore. We already looked at the standings. Fear, any final words before we close out for today? Any
final words? I'm just blessed today that today was an amazing game stomps of Dota.
Yeah.
We had 4 really good games of Dota. Yesterday, we had 4 stomps of Dota, so it's good to see the teams evolving, or maybe just these matchups today were a bit more close, but I had a lot of fun casting today and watching some really high-quality Dota.
Absolutely. Same indeed. Don't like the stomps, love the back and forth, with a little bit of throw mixed in there.
Of course.
It's the best. But from all of us, we're going to end it off today. I think that we're the last stream again, and we're going to head on out to the break, and then we'll see y'all tomorrow for the final day of the first round of the group stage, ESL Pro League. Be back tomorrow.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself.